Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back and welcome back to J is for Justice. It is our Monday morning weekend update. We're going to be doing this every Monday morning or afternoon at noon Central Time. And if you folks could hit the like button, I forgot to take my shirt off my little table, so it is what it is. Come on in and hit the like button. We've got lots to go over. I've got a little special segment for you this morning. So everybody come in, hit that like button. Hexy. It's so good to see Angie B here. Wise old lady, TJ. Cindy Arnold, good morning. My voice is a little scratchy today. I apologize in advance. Good morning, Miss Evelyn. How is the weather in Michigan? Michelle, good to see you. So today's show is packed, guys. We've got Lynette Hooker update. We've got a short Nancy Guthrie update. We don't really have a whole lot to update on that. There's a little article that I found. We have a lot to go over in the case of the missing students. Happened right by me. We're going to cover all of that and go over the court documents. It's disturbing. And then we were going to go over what happened with the White House, but I got some nasty comments about it. So I think I'm going to do a different stream. Totally different stream. I don't know. Good morning, Mary from Florida. Good morning, the real Kels. Good to see you, sunshine. Look at Hexy coming in with 51 months because she's 50. And a belated
happy birthday, baby,
to you. Good morning in Oregon. Let us know where you're listening from today. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Minky. Good morning. We did not find Nancy. No. Mm-mm. But what we do have, good morning, White Lotus. Everybody come on in and get comfy, get your coffee, because we are going to do something we haven't done in years. And it's the conclusion of our show with the good, the bad, and the ugly, where I read your comments, good, bad, and ugly. The good, the bad, and the ugly. That means we're going to read from our comment section because sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, and sometimes they're just downright ugly. Hey, Eclectic. The Buckacity. Oh, Denmark. Hey, Passion. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, so this is from us covering what happened with the White House Correspondents' Dinner the other day. We can at the end, but I'm going to, if we have time, we will, Marcy. But I do have a lot. But listen, no, and if I do, I'll do it at the end. But listen, we're going to see if time allows it. Hello, NC in the house. Jen Fisher, Marcy, Nick Stan. All right, now we can begin. All right, so we went over this, right? We were like live while everything was happening. I did my best. Hey, Mary J. Blige. I did my best to cover this madness as it was happening, right? Here's a couple comments. Cat Granny. I mean, I lost subscribers over this. Your followers and your attitude in covering this terrible attempt on our president's life, as well as all the other people there, has caused me to unsubscribe from your channel. This is a serious matter and not something to laugh at. This is what is wrong with our country. Listen, if I'm what's wrong with our country, then we can fix it real quick. But sadly, I don't think that I'm what's wrong with our country, okay? These people are clowns. They clown around. They do dumb shit, and they get caught. I mean, I can't change how I feel about this, okay? So I'm like, okay. So I wrote her back and I said, I promise you, myself and my chat are the least of the country's worries. I stuck up for you guys. And then Joey 5091 says, Jay, I gather you don't care for Trump or people's lives. I don't care for people's lives? I have watched you since you started your channel, but today I will never watch you again. Your mouth is out of control. This was a serious event where many people could have been injured or killed. You really need to get your act together. You're so unprofessional. Okay. I don't know what I did that was unprofessional. I was definitely not laughing at the seriousness of the situation. But maybe these comments could be more directed towards the administration who failed to protect the people that were in there. That is so funny, Evelyn. But listen, all those journalists were sitting ducks. But I'm the problem? No. You need to look deeper. Look deeper. Then we have some nice ones. We've got Mary J. Blige. She said she loves me. Olivia B says, I fought like hell to say, give me a fucking break. Let's see what else we've got. Poor Kennedy was so scared. Can you imagine after JFK and Bobby were assassinated and now he's in danger? Awful. Jay is my new U.S. news station, Snitzarella. Let's see. I guess that's it on that one. I guess that's it on that one. But I lost a couple subscribers. So I thought that was pretty crazy. So if you don't like my coverage of politics, that's why I don't like to bring politics into it. Because people are so either left or right. And like it can make or break if they like you or not. Mary Ann, thank you for being here. I'm glad you found my channel. If you guys have not subscribed, if you're not subscribed yet, and you do like what you see today, please consider subscribing. They all stayed getting drunk, down in stealing bottles of wine, champagne. I just think it's crazy. It's crazy. I absolutely adore you, and I'm a Trump supporter. I mean, I guess what people don't understand is I truly don't like to talk about who I vote for because I was raised, my mom and dad were always like, you don't ask people who they voted for. You don't talk about religion, and you don't ask people how much money they make. Period. End of story. Those were like just common things that I learned growing up. However, I will share for the sake of sharing that I did vote for Trump. And it's okay for me to be disappointed. And it's okay for me to see things that I didn't see before. I mean, it was just like, it was always like, you didn't ask someone who they voted for. It was none of your business. Now we're all up in people's business. You know? Higgins, welcome in, baby. I hope everything's going okay today. Miss Crit says, when my husband and I turned you on during this, the first thing I said was, listen, Jay doesn't do this. She does not like to talk politics. I really don't. But when I watch something and I see it, like, and I see it a certain way, I'm definitely going to express that because that's what we do. Janet Jacob, it's a shame people are so one-sided. I'm very middle of the road. One of my parents was Republican, one was Democrat, and it made me a level-headed person. We don't have that anymore. I agree. It's either one way or the other, and fuck you if you're on this side, and fuck you if you're on that side. And it's just like, I don't do that. So I do care about people. I care about everyone getting duped. I care about everyone being lied to. I care about our country. I care about being led down a wrong path. I do. I care about all of that stuff. Who you all vote for is none of my business. Right. I don't care who you vote for. I would never, I just want to say this. I would never judge you for who you vote for. I would never judge you for who you like. I would never judge you for your opinion. It's just something I don't do. But my parents were both registered Republicans, and it was not, they weren't extreme. I think the problem now is that everything's so extreme. Hello, Judy Lynn. Welcome in. I've seen grown men fight. Yeah, they fist fight over the shit. They fist fight over it. People lose family members over it. They hate each other over it. And it's just like, that's just not, I don't think that's the right way to go. When it starts dividing us individually from our own family members and friends, I think it's gone too far. Right?
God bless
What?
America.
I want to review that 60 Minutes. People are too afraid to take the middle ground. It's fear of and lack of fortitude. My best friend doesn't talk to me anymore because I voted for Trump. It's crazy. I think that what I want to try to accomplish here is being able to have political conversations without hating each other. I don't know. I just want to have a different approach to it, that I don't come from an avenue of hate. I don't come anywhere from hate. I come from a fact that we're lied to a lot. Daff, what's up, Daff? Daff voted for Jan Brady. Hey, that's a safe way to go. Oh, for members only. That's a good idea, Michelle. I've switched sides twice in 40 years, and I don't talk politics with family. Oh, I feel like we're fucked either way. Higgins always brings it back down. There's a lot of people who vote for a side without knowing why. We all need to get back to being adults and it being okay to have opinions. I mean, people are killing over this stuff. They're killing over this stuff. See, I saw, and Sparky, to kind of piggyback off that, I saw Trump differently. I saw him in a post-COVID world as someone who was going to make America great again. And I hate to sound cliche and stupid, but I'm just going to be honest. I saw him more so as the other side, as someone who wanted to bring Americans together. I fell for it. And I'm seeing in this second term that he's fucking cocky. Just not a fan of him personally. And then the whole Epstein thing. I mean, don't lie to us, man. That's what pisses me off the most. Like, at least just be honest. That's the whole issue. People getting offended over everything. Yup. Hey, Deb K. Good morning. Good morning. I'm independent. I see good and bad on both sides. And that's pretty much what human beings are, right? There's good and bad in everything. Okay, so let's get into today's stream. Thank you guys for being here. If you hit the like button and subscribe today, I will be eternally grateful. The first update we're going to get into is Lynette Hooker missing in the Bahamas. Lynette has not been found. We don't know if there's an active search going on for Lynette. We have no idea. That's right, Steph. What's up, Steph? We have no idea what is going on in the Bahamas with this search investigation. Is anything even happening there? You're right. We elected a reality star to be the president of the United States, and he hired a bunch of wackadoodles. I really couldn't put it better myself. You haven't watched this because you knew I'd cover it? Well, shout out to Ashley Banfield. We have a new podcast over the weekend, and this is titled Haunting New Pictures and Clues. So we got new pictures, daughter's new message to Brian Hooker, and I haven't watched this yet either, so she must have Carly back on her show. She did, Stormy. Okay, cool. Hi, CL. Welcome in, girl or boy. I haven't seen this one yet, Sparky. So there's Awesome and Awsane. We got two people here with Awesome and Awsane. All right, you guys, let's get into it. We're going to do Lynette Hooker, and then we'll do a quick Nancy update. We've got a former FBI agent, Jim Clement, sharing some thoughts. Then we're going to take to X, and we're going to go over this Florida business. They found a body yesterday, and we believe it's one of the missing, the missing student that was still missing. But they have not confirmed her identity just yet. So we're going to get into all of that and more. Sit back, relax, and here we go.
The more I learn about Brian Hooker, the more I can't stand this guy. But tonight, I want to show you. I'm recording this on Friday night on the 24th of April. I've discovered the photo of the dinghy parked at the Abaco Inn. The infamous dinghy. The last picture of the dinghy. Before Brian says they made off from the shore to head towards their yacht, and she bounced off the back.
Thanks, Mary J.
If you're just coming into this story, we've got a playlist for you to get you caught up to this incredible mystery. I call it Paradise Lost in the Bahamas, of Brian and Lynette Hooker. Brian says Lynette just bounced right off the back of that there dinghy in 2 to 4 foot high seas and a screaming wind, and everything we found since says horse.
What horse? Listen to her,
Brian.
That damn dinghy, man. I will read all of your super chats and your memberships when we take a little break from this podcast because it's pretty long. So don't fret. Thank you so much for your support. I will read them all at once. Thank you. You guys keep it going.
And Lynette Hooker.
Listen.
Brian says Lynette just bounced right off the back of that there dinghy in 2 to 4 foot high seas and a screaming wind, and everything we found since says horseshit. It's just not true.
That damn
There were
dear
not
dinghy.
2 to 4 foot seas, and the wind was not screaming on the lee side of Elbow Key. Yeah, on the windward side, it was crazy. Maybe 18 knots. White caps and crashing surf. And then on the leeward side, snorkeling weather for some. We even saw glass next to the shore as a little dinghy was pulling out, and then maybe a ripple as you head out even further. But hell to the no with
Hey,
the
Patrice.
seas and the wind and the current, and I can't find my wife when she fell off the back. Bullshit. So
she's
get
mad.
yourself caught up to speed if you're just joining us. And by the way,
Oh, she's mad.
subscribe. It would really help. But folks, this dinghy business, it's important because it's connected to a bigger story.
The dinghy business.
So we're showing you the picture of Brian and Lynette's dinghy parked at the Abaco Inn. He swears they left at 7:30 and they got, out into the Sea of Abaco after about 6 minutes of, driving towards their 12-minute destination, which was Soulmate, the boat they were on, living on. And out she went. So this dinghy is parked exactly where I showed you. On the dock where I sort of did a walk and talk and showed you where they would tie up and what ladders they would walk up to head up to have drinks at the Abaco Inn. It was parked on that dock, on the south dock. We know that now because we see the picture. It was parked next to another dinghy, and that other dinghy belonged to some folks who were up having drinks at the Abaco Inn on Saturday night, April the 4th. And those folks saw Brian and Lynette and remarked something about Brian and Lynette. Something stood out
Hi,
to them
Linda.
specifically, that they looked very closely at Brian and Lynette at the pool and witnessed some odd behavior. First of all, I'm going to tell you about the behavior that these witnesses relayed to us. And they were not interested in going on camera. My apologies. I tried everything to do an interview, but they just didn't want to get involved. And I get it. A lot of people have said that in the Bahamas and even stateside. But this is the account that we got. Brian was sitting way over on the right. In the picture that we've seen, they have the same account. They were sitting overlooking this scene. Brian is way over on the right, facing out to the Atlantic Ocean, facing east into the wind. And what they said was pouting. It said he looked like he was pouting and that he never moved and he never changed positions, staring
Whoa, he was pouting. And who can believe that? I can.
Boo-hoo.
straight out to sea. Lynette was all the way at the left-hand side of the picture, at the northern end of the pool, taking selfies and dancing by herself.
Oh, my God.
For a while, like dancing by herself at the pool, enjoying herself, but alone, far away from Brian. And not for a short amount of time. It seemed to be that they characterized it for like almost half an hour that they
Wow.
were witnessing this scene. And the way it was relayed to us was that it was not
Whoa. So she was dancing and like hanging out by herself, like, fuck you. I'm living my life. I'm doing my thing. And he was sitting over there pouting like he does. Brian cries.
Boo-hoo.
Wow. That is crazy. Yeah, dancing with myself.
like almost half an hour that they were witnessing this scene. And the way it was relayed to us was that it was not normal at all. We asked everyone that we knew who was at the bartender, one of the employees there, other people who were there, who we've encountered, if they witnessed this couple and if they made a scene, if they were fighting, arguing, if anything stood out. And everyone said, no, it was really kind of nondescript. But I think I know why. If you're in the bar at the Abaco Inn, it really kind of like faces towards the west to the sunset. The pool is actually out of the view of the bar for the most part. There are some tables on the outside of the bar where you can see the pool, but if you're in the bar,
I
you don't
think
even
so,
notice the pool.
Higgins.
I actually was talking to somebody in that bar and mentioned the pool, and they said, there's a pool? So
Oh, wow.
you'd have to go out and then walk back to the Atlantic side to sort of then start seeing the pool that is, down some stairs. It's not super easy to see. So it's possible that people didn't remark about the couple.
Good morning,
because if you're in the
Kate.
bar, you don't
Bye,
see
Terry.
them. And you wouldn't notice their behavior because it's out of sight, out of mind. But these people who spoke with us, they were out at those tables overlooking the pool. So they would have had a view of the only people who were down at the pool and acting in this way. Lynette is over dancing by herself. Brian is staring straight out to sea. Whatever that means, it's another piece of this puzzle. But why did it stand out to them so much other than kind of odd behavior? This is the story that comes back to us from one of the people who was there and witnessing the scene. The friends that he was with had been in another bar on March 31st, so about 4 days earlier. And that bar's on a whole other island. The memory is that perhaps it's Nippers, another bar that's not far from
Nippers?
Elbow Key, but you got to take a boat. But that these friends of his were annoyed by a guy who sure resembled Brian Hooker.
Oh, imagine that. Imagine someone being annoyed by Brian Hooker. I think she was leaving his butt. And Awesome says, LOL, OMG. She was doing normal TikTok stuff, and you guys are making it sound like they were fighting. And how exactly do you see it as pouty? And if everyone says it's normal and one does not? What? Brian?
That they think is Brian Hooker was pestering them at this bar.
Thank you,
shaking a vial and saying, let's party. And like they felt uncomfortable is the way they described it to the person who's at the Abaco Inn with them relaying this to us.
Very uncomfortable.
And the reason that this couple at the pool stood out to them was because immediately they said, there's that fucking guy. There's that weird guy that was pissing us off at Nippers 4 days ago. Now, could they be mistaken? Yes.
Oh, they weren't mistaken. He's got a face you won't forget. There's that guy that was pissing us off at Nippers 4 days ago. Oh, my goodness.
They could be. Honestly, a lot of sailors tend to start looking alike if they're in their late 50s and they've been out in the sun a lot and they've got their shirt off, gray hair, pot belly, deep tan. But they seem to think it was the same guy, and that's why they fixated and watched this odd behavior playing out in that pool area. He's way over there, staring straight out to sea, pouting. She's over here on the far end, dancing by herself and taking some selfies.
Pouting?
They thought that was that guy from 4 days prior at Nippers. They think it's Nippers. Acting weird, making them uncomfortable, saying, let's party. Anyway, that's why the memory really stands out for them. So that was their dinghy parked beside Brian and Lynette's dinghy.
Oh, damn.
So this is significant. Let me give you the times, okay? The picture of Brian and Lynette's dinghy is taken at 5:41 p.m. So Brian and Lynette are still at the Abaco Inn for another hour and 15 or so minutes, hour and 20 minutes, because we've got them walking down alone at 7:20. We don't know where Lynette is at this point. But the selfie picture was taken at 5:44. So it's interesting. The picture that is towards the dinghy and the picture facing west of the dinghy is 5:41. And 3 minutes later, you can see Lynette taking a selfie at the pool. But these folks left in their dinghy and saw Brian and Lynette's dinghy as they pulled out, thinking that belongs to that couple.
There's that.
So they had a good idea.
Let's face it. This is what they said. They said, there's that dickhead from Nippers. That's what they said. There's that dickhead from Nippers. Oh, my God. Can't stand him.
And that Brian and Lynette's dinghy was still tied up when they were pulling out sometime around 6:30 p.m. That's when they said they pulled out. So Brian and Lynette are still there, and the photographic evidence seems to prove it. They pull out at 6:30, and they leave. Presumably, Brian and Lynette's the only dinghy left there. So, they're staying late. They're staying later than the average boater. But again, it's still light out until 7:45. I mean, by 7:45, I wouldn't want to be out in a dinghy without running lights. But since I'm closer to shore than all the bigger boats, I probably would still be okay with it. But I'd probably want to leave by 7:30 and be on board my boat by 7:45. And when it's dark at 8, I don't want to be out there at all unless I got running lights.
Get your boats
just
in.
Sort of a fascinating few pieces to the puzzle. Just a few more things that have come into this bizarre mystery. A few other pieces of information I want to give to you as well. The bartender, Ken, told me that Brian, when he first arrived and ordered his first round of rum and cokes, Cuba Libres, was wearing a blue and white striped shirt in his recollection. Not wide stripes, not very bold stripes, but it's kind of like,
shirtless.
Maybe it was patterned, but at least seemed to be blue and whitish and stripy. Interesting, because the next time Brian came back to him, he said he was wearing no shirt at all. So Ken's got a good memory. Look, bartenders, I was a bartender for 6 years. Bartenders have good memories. We know what people drink. We know a lot about them because sometimes they're assholes, sometimes they're awesome, sometimes you're trying to figure out if they're going to be assholes and you're not going to get tipped. But we do tend, it's been 38 years since I've been a bartender, but I do know that bartenders have very good memories, and Ken seemed to have a great memory. He's been a bartender for decades at the Abaco Inn. So he remembers the shirt is sort of a blue and white stripe maybe, and he comes back, he's not wearing a shirt. There is another witness recollection of Brian at the bar with Lynette, because we did not know that Lynette had come into the bar at any time. It seemed that Brian had just ordered the drinks and taken them back to the pool. Turns out, at some point in the evening, Lynette actually sidled up to the bar with Brian.
Oh.
And if you know the Abaco Inn, I'm just going to tell you it's the north end of the bar, kind of next to the seating group. And I'll show you the picture. Like I shot a picture of Ken, the bartender, walking into the bar and walking up to the bar and then kind of stopping at the edge of the bar. That's where Brian and Lynette were actually seated. And this is according to someone who shared a photograph with me that caught Brian at 7 p.m. walking down by himself, no Lynette.
There he is, shirt on. Looks like that blue shirt.
Towards the dock. We don't know if he got into the boat at any time at that point. All we can say is that he's already crossing the street and he's about to hit the path towards the docks where his dinghy was parked. And she told me that when she spoke to the Bahamian police about her photo, they showed her some of the surveillance video from the bar that night. And wouldn't you know it, this witness told me Brian and Lynette are seated at that north end of the bar, right up against the wood, and he is wearing a gray or tan solid color shirt. Well, now I'm fascinated, right? Because
how can you tell? I thought it was the blue striped shirt. Gray or tan?
Or tan solid color shirt. Well, now I'm fascinated, right? Because Ken says when he first showed up, 4:30 or so, ordered his first round of drinks. He's got the blue and white-ish patterny kind of shirt. And then he goes to the pool, comes back without his shirt for the second round of drinks. And this witness says she's seen surveillance video of them both sitting up at the edge of the bar. And he's got her description is a gray or tan colored, solid colored, no pattern
Smoke them
shirt.
if you got them.
Did Brian have two shirts? It's not weird. Every time I would ever get in a tender, go ashore from a boat or a sailboat or a motorboat, I might pack two things because something might get wet on the way. Or you might go swimming and something might get wet. Or you might want longer sleeves for later in the day. So it wouldn't be weird if Brian came ashore with two shirts. It wouldn't be weird. Which would, if you believe Brian, should have him floating across to Marsh Harbor with those shirts. One he's wearing and one in his dry bag. He's not supposed to get back to the soulmate, right? Brian, if you only had one shirt, where'd the other shirt go? The witness said they saw you in a tan or light gray shirt at the bar. And actually it's on video, apparently, according to this witness, on surveillance video. Abaco in, please, at some point, reconsider releasing that surveillance video. I know that the Royal Bahamian Police have told you not to, but it's really causing a lot of problems because it could solve a lot of these issues for everybody involved investigating this. Okay, off my soapbox. So it wouldn't be weird if Brian had two shirts coming ashore. But since Brian's story is that he never made it back to soulmate, neither did his wife.
Hi,
you
Kristen.
better bloody well have those two shirts in your stuff, in your dry bag. Speaking of the dry bag, something stinks in Denmark. Let me tell you what I know. Okay. There are witnesses, obviously, to Brian washing ashore, right? Because he came for help at the boatyard. Like, hey, I came and, I just washed up on shore and I need help, right? There are human people. Like, hey, I came and, I just washed up on shore and I need help, right? For help at the boatyard. Like, hey, I came and, I just washed up on shore and I need help, right? There are human people at that boatyard. There are Bahamians and locals who had eyes on Brian when he said, I got marooned. I've been floating all night. And he was carrying a yellow dry bag. Thing is, he washes up on shore around 4 o'clock in the morning, says all these things on tape, right? On a recording saying, oh, yeah, and then I went through all the thicket of the woods and had to go get some help. So 2.5 hours later, 3.5 hours later, around 7:30 in the morning, that's when he steps on board the fire and rescue boats, right? The fire and rescue boat has fire and rescue personnel. They're volunteers. Shout out. These guys are saints. And they have Bahamian cops on board. So fire and rescue welcomes Brian onto their vessel off of the shore of Marsh Harbor, where 3.5 hours earlier, he was marooned.
Hi,
Here's what's just batshit crazy. One of the fire and rescue guys can't remember what color dry bag he was carrying. Another fire and rescue guy remembers it being aqua colored. I'm going to get to why he's so certain it was aqua. A third fire and rescue guy says it was bluish, which could be aqua, right? Aqua's kind of a blue-green.
Right, Eve? Everything
and a
but
fourth
her.
Fire and rescue guy says it was yellow. And banana yellow ain't blue, ain't aqua. So there's something hinky about what color dry bag was Brian Hooker carrying when he stepped off of Marsh Harbor onto that rescue vessel to start going around and helping them look for Lynette and telling them where it all happened.
I don't
Here's
understand the
aqua
shirts either.
Story of the dry bag that's aqua. The rescuer that remembers aqua has a good memory of it being aqua for this reason. You ready? Pour a drink. Here we go.
Wait, hold on.
That's root beer.
Okay, Lauren.
When they picked him up
Just
from
a
Marsh
shot
Harbor,
of tequila
they
and a nice
crossed
blunt.
way back over 4 miles to Elbow Key, where Brian says, "Oh, my wife went out, bounced right out the back of the boat, pulling with her the lanyard that was hanging off straight up and down from the engine that pulled the key off, and her dry bag. Out she goes." Meanwhile, her hand's on the tiller. She's apparently driving. But she bounces out and she's able to grab her dry bag and grab the lanyard with the key, and out she goes. And the dry bag has the extra key, and oh no, Brian is left with no engine. I can't save her. It's too windy and the waves are too big and I can't see her anymore. Bullshit. None of that's true. The wind and the waves were nothing like that. And it wasn't that dark either. It got dark at 8. So you'd have to be swimming on your back to make it that long before suddenly you were in a position where you couldn't see your wife anymore. Dinghy would have taken all of about 6 to 8 minutes to get to the position where you said your wife bounced out. And even at 7:38, it wasn't that dark.
I'd like to know that, Kimmy.
Okay. So when the fire and rescue guys first got Brian on board, they went right across to Elbow Key, 4 miles away from Marsh Harbor. But they sidled up next to the Soulmate, okay? And they tied up next to Soulmate, Brian and Lynette Hooker's yacht, their 46-foot catch. And this is what the rescue guy with the aqua memory, it's an aqua dry bag. This is why he remembers the aqua dry bag so well.
Flannel.
He says Brian tossed the aqua dry bag up on the back, like kind of above the transom, probably where I'm guessing, I haven't been inside the boat, but I'm guessing it's the master cabin is below there. And then forward of that is the cockpit. And then forward of there is the doorway down into the cabin. And he remembers, this rescuer remembers Brian throwing the aqua dry bag up on the back of Soulmate and then messing around with what looked to them like an air conditioning unit for about a minute, and then turning around with the one police representative that got on board with him, and they went down below for about an hour. And these other guys just stayed on board the rescue vessel, bobbing along, tied up next to Soulmate, and then up came not the detective, but the Royal Bahamian Police representative and Brian, and got back on board the rescue vessel.
An hour, wow.
Why was he tampering and mucking about with this air conditioner? Heidi key. He said something to Blaine Stevenson on his recording, like, I had to break into my own fucking boat. That's how he said it. So my assumption is his hyperbole of breaking into his own fucking boat is actually just messing with the air conditioner to get the Heidi key. Because if you lose your dry bag and you lose your shit and you can't get back into your locked cabin, it's a very expensive problem. But if you have a Heidi key, he was probably disconnecting this air conditioning unit, what looked to be, to one of the witnesses on board the rescue vessel, it looked to be a small window air conditioning unit. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but that's what it looked to be. Disconnecting it maybe to get a Heidi key, and then down they went. So, broke into your own boat. You got your Heidi key. But the rescuer, with the memory of the aqua
That's
dry
cool,
bag,
Jen.
remembers then Brian getting back on board
Hi, Lee.
the rescue vessel tied up next to Soulmate and leaving his dry bag back up next to where he had tossed it, on the back of the transom area, right? Not before like a little before the transom, right? Transom sort of slanted. But the description is almost like, dumbass, you left your dry bag, right? Hey, dumbass left your dry bag. That's why it sticks in the rescuer's mind that it was aqua colored. So that's a big memory, an aqua colored dry bag. But I am trying for the life of me, and please comment if you have figured this one out and help me help you. I mean, I'm at this point where I'm like, what? The witnesses at the boatyard early in the morning, they're seeing him with a banana yellow dry bag. 3 of the rescuers on board the rescue vessel, the fire and rescue vessel, see aqua-ish and blue-ish, and the 4th one sees a banana-colored dry bag. This is really, it's making me struggle. There is a bluish dry bag in one of these social media images, and it looks pretty blue. And in fact, the first rescuer who told me the description said royal bluish. And this rescuer was great with his memory.
Wasn't there a blue dry bag underneath Lynette's chair, if I'm not mistaken, in the picture where they were sitting at the pool? Wasn't there like a same color dry bag underneath her chair that was like the same as her cover up? Let's give a shout out to Mary J. Blige for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you. The first time I heard Trump speak, he said Democrats are losers. He divided America. Thank you for your super chat. And Stormy became a new member. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. Stormy, I appreciate you becoming a member today. All right. She's saying royal blue, though. But now she's saying royal blue.
I mean, he said royal bluish dry bag, bluish slides, and a Hawaiian cut shirt that was a fabric of like sailing or fishermen, sort of like, a tech shirt.
A Hawaiian shirt?
that had a pattern of sort of a bluish and white kind of pattern. Sounds a little like Ken the bartender's recollection too. But that memory was very specific. It sure as shit wasn't banana yellow dry bag. So there's something there. There's some there, I think. I know that witness memories can be all over the place, but these guys are pros. Aqua/bluish green dry bag guy had a very specific memory of it going up on the back of Soulmate, and dumbass left his dry bag up
Jerry.
there. Maybe the one that saw the banana yellow dry bag, maybe that rescuer, even though he really believes that it was like from the beginning, that's how, from the beginning, I think he had a yellow dry bag. Maybe the memory is from the beginning of the search, which came after they had pulled up to Soulmate. Then they went out to start pointing out, where did this happen?
I'm so confused about these dry bags. Like my mind is spinning. She had an aqua color dry bag, almost same color as her shirt. Then there was an electric lime color one and a yellow one. Right. Brian had a yellow one, bright yellow. I remember that one.
And Brian's like, oh, I was so confused. Pointing out, where did this happen? And Brian's like, oh, I was so confused. Bro, you're a mariner. You're a former Marine. You're always a Marine. You were a Marine. It wasn't that windy. And it sure as shit wasn't that wavy. So why were you so confused? You had 2 drinks, yo. They weren't doubles. I asked Ken. They were standard singles. You had 2 drinks from 4:30 till at least 7, maybe 7:30. You weren't hammered. In fact, the rescuers asked you about that. You know, you never mentioned anything about being hammered. Oh, and you never mentioned that your wife was wearing a green cover-up when they said, what was she wearing? We really need to know what we're looking for. You never mentioned the green cover-up, the blue scarf on her head, the sunglasses, maybe even the black fanny pack that she's photographed in.
Oh, she does have a fanny
pack. And her
pack.
Apple Watch. Look at yesterday's episode if you missed it. It's a doozy. Yeah, she was wearing an Apple Watch in her last photos. And there was a pink Apple Watch that was seized on board. So that might suck for Brian. So yeah, the rescuers, the fire and rescue guys were pretty specific about their memories and about their work and trying to figure out, what are we looking for? What is Lynette wearing? And he doesn't even say blue scarf, green colored bathing suit cover up. All he says is black 2-piece bathing suit. That's it. Black 2-piece bathing suit. It's a lot to not remember about your wife that you're desperate to find, who fell overboard. I don't know. Everybody's different, but
he's so desperate he went to Michigan.
Remember. All of these things are just so unsettling. Like every single time we see a new photo that shows where they were, all of these things are just so unsettling.
There's Carly. That must have been when Carly was visiting in February. So here's a green dry bag. That's the one we see Lynette carrying when they go to refill their scuba gear tanks, right? Oh, thank you so much, Kelly Mack, for your super chat. Thanks for getting us updated on all these crazy cases. Also, thanks for being live during that chaotic White House Correspondents' Dinner. Crazy times, man. Love ya. Love you too, girl. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. And then she has the cover-up, the blue cover-up. He's sitting on the floater, and then it looks like Carly is sitting on the blue floaty thing.
Like every single time we see a new photo that shows where they were, what they were doing, where the dinghy is now. It's the first time we've seen this. This is an exclusive picture that we were able to get. It just brings up.
That's their dinghy right there. The dinghy. That's that damn dinghy.
So many more pieces to the puzzle. It's very, very helpful to us. I will ask you again. Thank you so much for you who have been watching and sending us these tips and these photos and information. You are invaluable to us. You are invaluable to the investigators. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you again. If you think you know anything about this case, if you have friends in the Bahamas, if you are in the Bahamas, April 4th, the night before Easter, were you anywhere near the Abaco Inn? Do you have photos or video of that beautiful sunset? It was gorgeous. Please send them to dropdeadseriousinfo@gmail.com. Again, dropdeadseriousinfo@gmail.com. In a minute, you're going to hear from Steve and Carly. Carly Aylesworth is Lynette's daughter. She's got a lot to say about all the stuff that we've uncovered. And Steve Hansen is her boyfriend, who has been taking note of absolutely everything. He's got some things to say. But if you have any surveillance video, if you have a security camera, either facing off of Elbow Key into the west and seeing the beautiful Sea of Abaco, because you might want to watch it while you're in America, or you might live there and you might just want security. please, for the love of God, look at your security video, look at your surveillance video from, I'll just say this, 7 p.m. local time in the Bahamas, right through till 8 p.m., and then keep on looking right through till midnight to see if you see a flare go off, because Brian swears he fired off a flare.
Flares. Hello, Illuminated. Well, thank you, Miss Kimmy Pollen, for your super chat. It's good to see you back here today. We're going to go over the missing students case. It's horrible. I have the court documents and everything. That happened in my county. I live in Pinellas. So we're going to be diving into that one in just a little bit. Thank you for being here. If you guys could hit the thumbs up, it does get this out in the algorithm so everybody can get their weekend updates.
Flare. We've seen no evidence of that. I've looked at video, other surveillance video from across the way at Lubbers Quarters, another key, and I haven't seen that yet. If you have surveillance video anywhere around the Abaco Inn, if you rent a house, if you have a house, if you have rented a house, dropdeadseriousinfo@gmail.com. Reach out to us because you may have actually captured the critical piece of evidence. The dinghy, did it really? Did this really happen? The way he said it did? You may have it on camera.
Hey, Frag.
Did they keep going all the way to Soulmate and something happened there instead? You may have it on camera. Is there a flare that went off? You may have it on camera. It's all critical information. If you don't want to send it to me, totally understand. I appreciate that. Please send it to the Coast Guard who's investigating this. CGIS tips. CGIS tips. It's there.
Yeah, she's on this. She's not going to let this go, Brian Hooker. Brian Hooker, if you're listening, you may as well just tell the truth because she is not going to let this go. I've been watching her for many years. No one saw any flares. He said he was in that cove area stuff, which is like a lake, and no one saw it. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Good to see you. Gen X, I went to USF. My daughter goes to USF, Molly. Lubbers and lovers. Lubbers and friends.
It's their app and it's anonymous. You can just download that app and it's anonymous. You can send your tips in. If you just want to go to a website instead, you don't want to download an app, you can do that too. The Coast Guard has a website where you can put in tips. It's P, as in the letter P, 3, the number 3, tips.com. P3tips.com. And we got a QR code on the screen as well.
Years.
We need your help, y'all. You have friends who live in the Bahamas? Call them. Ask them. Were you at the Abaco Inn the night before Easter? Anytime around 4:30 till 8 o'clock at night. Anytime in that vicinity. Check your cameras. Check your videos. You may have captured, Brian and Lynette, you may have captured a critical clue. Again, if you live or if you have friends who live on Elbow Key and you face westward, if you can see the Sea of Abaco and your beautiful images that you'd like to see, please, for the love of God, send that to us. dropdeadseriousinfo@gmail.com. All right, I want you now to hear this interview that I conducted with Carly Aylesworth and her boyfriend, Steve Hansen, about everything that we've been learning so far and what they have to say about it. And it's pretty insightful. Here it is. Being on camera means that having the right makeup to keep my skin happy is super important.
Okay, hold on. Your makeup looks fab, by the way. Okay, here is Carly and Steve. And I'm going to put this on normal speed so it's not too fast because I really want to focus on what she's saying. I know, Brian, just cut the shit, dude. Like, ugh. Illuminated says, I started watching Ashley when she was covering Nancy. Now I've been watching her for this case. I love her. She is more fun now that she is independent. 100%. 100%.
I'm sad. I feel like all day I've been having like anxiety attack almost.
Oh, man. Brian, do the right fucking thing. Do the right thing.
I'm starting to wrap my head around it. It felt very surreal at first, but I'm starting to come to terms with reality.
I can imagine it's frustrating being here and being so far away from where this happened and feeling a little helpless.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the things that we have found in this case, particularly that picture of Brian walking down to the dock at the Abaco Inn by himself. Is there anything that struck you with that photo?
I don't know why they were separated. They're almost never separated unless they're fighting. So I don't know why. Maybe she went to the bathroom. Maybe she forgot something. So I don't know. It was.
Or maybe he did. Maybe she was down at the boat already and he had gone back up to use.
Yeah, I just kind of noticed. I just noticed that, Illuminated. I never noticed that when they were in the Bahamas. He does look quite a bit older here, but he didn't strike me as that much older when I saw them in the Bahamas, so I don't know. Maybe he's just stressed out.
The bathroom and was coming back down. But it was 7 o'clock. It just changes the timeline a little.
Yeah, so they had about 20 minutes in between when they left Abacoin till him walking to the boat. So
there's still a 20-minute time period that seems to be missing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any feelings when you saw the picture of Brian walking by himself down to the dock?
Yeah, I thought that was really sketchy, and I started shaking because I just started thinking about all the what ifs.
What was sketchy about it?
Just why weren't they together? Because they are always together. So the only reason when they're not is when they're fighting or when they have to go to the bathroom. Otherwise, they're together.
But seeing that image somehow had the effect on you that you began to shake?
Yeah, because I saw them leave before 7. Now at 7, he's walking by himself, and my mom is suddenly gone. So it just brought up a lot of feelings.
Understandable. Was there anything about the way he was walking, what he was wearing, anything at all that stood out to you?
I did notice his bucket hat. He does wear bucket hats a lot. You can even see in the pictures him always wearing a bucket hat. And then he has his yellow bag with him. So I wonder if he bought something at the shop. I don't know what color bags they use or who around there. Maybe that's another thing to look into. Maybe what bag that's from in that town. I don't know.
So the yellow dry bag, I've seen the yellow dry bag in some other social media posts, but I've got some questions about some varying reports about the color of the dry bag that he was carrying the morning that he was marooned, washed up on the beach at Marsh Harbor. I'll get to that in a minute. And it's very, very odd and a bit troubling. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. But I don't want to leave this issue of him at the walking towards the docks of the Abaco Inn. Did that picture look like the very short snippet of surveillance video that you guys were able to see when you were at the Abaco Inn?
Yeah, that definitely looked like him because what's the chances of another giant guy built like him with a bucket hat on is walking toward that dock? So
it's him.
I'm pretty sure 99% that is him, so...
But what about the place where he's walking? Because you and I have both been there. The three of us actually walked up that walkway together. We walked down that walkway and met right at the road. We talked, the three of us talked on the road and then crossed the road together as he's crossing the road, and we walked down towards the docks. The video that you saw on the surveillance images at the Abaco Inn, it seemed to be that you remember it being around 6:38. Mm-hmm. But this is 7 o'clock on an iPhone. So does this look like the same walkway that he was on when you looked at the images on the surveillance video?
On the surveillance video, it just showed them walking down the pathway on Abaco Inn.
Okay, awesome. What are you talking about? And who would say that about this girl other than Brian or someone close to him? Who looks fried? Why would you say that about her? Even if she did get high, who fucking cares? Her mom's missing. She just said she's having anxiety attacks. What if she is? It's recreational up there. What if she is going to get it and smoking? Who fucking cares? That's what you're worried about in this whole thing? You're worried about how she looks, but you're not worried about Brian finding his wife who's missing in the Bahamas since April 4th. You're concerned about Carly's eyes. And you're in my chat saying she looks fried? Stop it. Stop it. I don't give a fuck if she's fried or not. What is wrong with you? Woo! I've never seen anyone... What? We don't know if Lynn's dead? Lynn? Lynn or Lynette? Who calls her Lynn? Does Brian call her Lynn? Oh, I need to know. I need to know who calls her Lynn. But you're not going to sit here and attack Carly. Not here. Not today. Be kind. Be kind.
Picture was him on the street, out like past the walkway.
So maybe like about 20, 30 yards back was the image that you saw with Brian and Lynette together.
Yeah.
And yet here he is 20 minutes later walking down that same area, but he's just a little further along.
Yeah, it looks like he was walking from the golf carts or something.
So perhaps he is the one that came back up to the Abaco Inn, maybe to use the lavatory, or maybe he'd forgotten something and he was retrieving it and walking back down to the boats.
Maybe.
And Steve, did you feel pretty comfortable that the time stamp on the piece of video that you saw at the Abaco Inn was around 6:38?
It was we don't think it was on their direct way out, but we think it was around the approximate time of when they were heading out. And I think one or both had to use the restroom. They got halfway down, they go, hey, yeah, I don't want to take a boat ride, and I have to use the restroom. So maybe one or both did. It would be a good explanation of what the 20 minutes is two people using the restroom or walking, or someone looking at, knickknacks, or looking at something in the gift shop, or seeing something on TV, or could be a plethora of things.
But you do agree that the surveillance video at least showed them walking down the path towards the boats at around 6:38, and that this photo shows Brian walking the exact same direction, the exact same pathway, but a little bit further at 7 p.m.
Correct. He was further along. I don't know why it would take 20 minutes to do that, but like I said, there could have been lots of things, but I don't know what to say. We're just waiting to see what other information you will end up getting, because you've been getting all kinds of information. I'm figuring you.
I think they are so grateful for Ashley, and hats off to Ashley and Lindsay for the work they've done on this case for Lynette and for Carly. Seriously, if Ashley wouldn't have stepped up to the plate and went to the Bahamas, what kind of information would we know? Nothing. She didn't deserve that. She definitely does not deserve that shit.
You'll fill in the gaps here and there. So
She sure
We're
will.
trying.
we're just waiting on you.
We're trying, let me tell you. Let's talk about that picture of your mom at the pool doing selfies. She's at the left-hand side of the pool, and he's all the way over on the right-hand side of the pool. Was there anything that struck you about that photo, Carly?
Honestly, not really. She liked taking pictures and videos, so it didn't strike me as odd that she would be doing that. So no.
Did it look like she had a black fanny pack on? Because I was trying to figure out what that... There's something that looks like a black fanny pack on her, and then there's something that's black that's on the sun chair in front of her. Did you see that?
It might have been like, I don't know, I thought it was like a shirt at first, but if it was a fanny pack, then I definitely can see that, because I know she likes fanny packs. So, I don't know.
When you were there, did you see her have a black fanny pack or use a black fanny pack or use a fanny pack at all when you were visiting her several weeks ago?
I don't recall her ever using one.
But she definitely carried her dry bag.
Yes, definitely.
Did she often put the fanny pack into the dry bag, do you think, or put anything like that into the dry bag?
Maybe.
But you can't recall her doing that?
I don't remember her ever putting on a fanny pack. I know she's talked about it before, that she liked it, but I don't remember her ever wearing one when I was down there with her.
It wouldn't be out of the ordinary, because she had on that bluish green bathing suit cover up, and so it kind of looked like the black fanny pack was sticking out from the bottom, and she wouldn't have a black shirt that would make all that sort of mass at the front. It doesn't seem like it would be an extra piece of fabric, does it to you?
Oh yeah, that's a fanny pack. That looks like a fanny pack.
Yeah, we see it now. It's hard. We've gotten so many, but yeah. No, it looks like that, or yeah, she like tied on a sarong or whatever it's called, or something along those lines. But yeah, no, it does look like a fanny pack. It's a lot of extra.
Looks like her bathing.
Yeah, what's in there, I wonder? Let's take a look at that. She's got quite a bit. She has a nice body, Lynette. She took good care of herself. Looks like there's a lot of stuff in there because it's actually separated from her body.
Fanny pack.
Yeah, we see it now. It's hard. We've gotten so many, but yeah. No, it looks like that, or yeah, she like tied on a sarong or whatever it's called, or something along those lines. But yeah, no, it does look like a fanny pack. It's a lot of extra.
Looks like her bathing suit bottoms cover everything. See, like she like doesn't really like stuff being shown, like her stomach or her butt. So she was always like covered.
You never saw her wearing a black wrap around her bottom? I mean, the bathing suit cover-up would be it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's helpful because that maybe lends to it being a fanny pack more than anything.
Yeah, definitely.
No, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a belt that goes all the way around.
What are your thoughts about the fact that she seems to be wearing that pink Apple Watch in that picture?
Yeah.
Right there.
So it's sketchy that it was on the boat because I doubt her tan line would be that prominent.
Did you ever see her tan line being that prominent?
No, she's a pretty tan person, like, as it is. So having it that white, she's not that white.
Okay. Because you saw her in, is it February? Mm-hmm. It would take a lot. Maybe not, but it might take a lot to.
Time, so.
She was very tanned when you saw her?
Yeah. But.
So it would be hard to have a very white line underneath because she was already very tanned.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, did you ever see your mom get back on the boat and take her watch off early in the day or early in the evening?
Probably, because it probably died on her.
What time of day would it usually die on her when you were with her?
She said she can't wear it at night because it dies before then, so she always has to charge it at night.
But when does night start? Like around what time of night would she be putting it on the charger because it was already dead?
Probably after dinner time.
Okay. Like after 6, 7? So it's possible if your mom came back to the sailboat and did not fall off the dinghy, as Brian says, she might have actually taken that Apple Watch off.
Right.
Probably.
And maybe put it on the charger.
Yep.
And that might be the watch that the Bahamian police seized off the boat.
Most likely.
And I think you and I have spoken before, she synced her watch to her phone. I think you said that she used Find My Phone a lot, right?
All the time. She loved that feature.
I do too. I lose my phone all the
hate
time.
that.
So I use it too. I'm like your mom. Definitely. Well, that would be very interesting. If that watch made it back on board, it probably connected to the Wi-Fi, to their Starlink.
Yeah. Can they track the Wi-Fi history?
Oh yeah, they sure can. And listen, if I were a betting man, they probably filed every warrant to get every piece of electronic data called digital exhaust that they have. So that would be really helpful in terms of solving this as to whether Brian and Lynette made it back to Soulmate and if something happened on board Soulmate. And then in the dark of night, if something happened to conceal anything that might have happened on board Soulmate. I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that these things have to be explored because everything else doesn't really add up, as you know. There's another person who was at the Abaco Inn who...
Okay, before we get to the other person at the Abaco Inn.
God bless
What?
America.
Cheryl McCollum. I love that she is in mama mode, mama bear, whatever you want to call it, but definitely she is on to something. I agree with you, Scary Carrie.
saw Brian and Lynette and said that Brian was wearing a, quote, big ol' hat. Does that make sense to you? Like, did Lynette have a big ol' hat, big wide brim hat? Did the hat that you saw Brian wearing, does that sound like a big ol' hat?
Was it straw or was it like
fabric or straw. Unfortunately, they didn't give a description of whether it was fabric or straw. The only description I got was big ol' hat.
Because he does wear bucket hats, and she wears straw hats with a brim, and I bought her some on Amazon before I went down there because she lost her first one, and so it could be either one of their hats.
But the one you saw him walking down the path with that still photo, timestamp 7 p.m., that's not what you would consider one of Lynette's big old hats, right?
That's what I had to question at first when I saw that. I'm like, is he wearing my mom's hat? But I couldn't really tell if it was straw or fabric. So that's what I was wondering if anybody had a description on that.
Okay. There is another description, which is really odd. The bartender who served the drinks that night remembers Brian wearing a blue and white striped shirt.
Okay.
But not wide stripes, sort of like really narrow almost, like almost indiscernible.
Look at, there's the necklace she got that with the L. Can you guys see the L? It's kind of over the red bar, but if you look right below where my mouse is, you can see she's wearing Lynette's necklace that she got from the boat with the diamond L on it that she said her mom wore all the time.
And it could have even been plaid, but he just remembers some kinds of stripes in blue and white. A woman who was there that night was shown.
Hang on, Dockside Printing says, awesome. Are you still here? We are at Greca's talking about all the media's bullshit on the hookers. Get down here and bring that phone. What? Dockside, where are you? What's Greca? What is happening right now? And what media bullshit? Trying to get to the bottom of where she is? I'm confused. Bring that phone. What phone?
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Some of the surveillance video by the Bahamian police because they were trying to get a description. And she says on the surveillance video, he was wearing a gray or tan shirt that had no pattern on it. Just a standard gray. It was either gray or it was tan.
Probably gray. I've seen pictures with him wearing a gray sleeveless shirt.
Ew.
This was a short sleeve, almost like a fisherman's,
Hold on. It's got to be awesome talking to themselves because Greca's is in Rogers City, Michigan. So is Brian in Rogers City? Like, where the fuck are you? What are you doing? Why are you at Greca's Tavern? Are you sitting on a picnic table at Greca's Tavern? Or are you bellied up at the bar? The bar's pretty cool, though. It's got pennies. A penny bar. Penny counter. Is that where you're at right now? Greca's Tavern in Rogers City? Oh, Brian's in Michigan. He's got a lawyer in Michigan. Yeah, he's not in California.
Shirt or a sailor's shirt or a fisherman's shirt. It wasn't a tank top.
Yeah, like, was it sleeveless?
No, it had sleeves, but it was a solid pattern, no stripes, no blue and white. And that made me wonder, do you know if when Brian and Lynette would pack their dry bags to go up on shore and hang out at a resort or anything, when you were with them, would it be normal for him to take two shirts?
Probably if he knew he was going in the pool, yeah.
Would it be normal? Or did you ever see him putting an extra shirt into the dry bag before heading to shore?
I don't recall, but that I wouldn't put it past them because they're pretty prepared, yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever see your mom putting an extra shirt in the dry bag?
The only time I think they brought extra clothes is when we went snorkeling at Mermaid Beach or something, and I think that's the only time I saw them bring extra clothes when they knew they were going to go swim.
Another question I wanted to ask you about, and Steve, maybe you can weigh in here as well, because I know you went aboard and got some of the personal effects for Carly, helped her get some of the personal effects when you guys were in the Bahamas. Lynette is seen on that photograph of where she's taking the selfies with a bright blue headscarf. Did you guys ever see the bright blue headscarf on board anywhere?
No, and I grabbed like all of her headbands that were on the hook, and none of them were blue.
When we looked through the picture, we only had a couple pictures and a small video, and I looked through it, but it was nothing like that we saw.
And is it possible that that blue headscarf could be back on board, but you guys just missed it? Or do you remember seeing something bright blue and thinking, well, it's insignificant, or is there anything that tweaks your memory that maybe there was something bright blue, like the color of that headscarf, on board Soulmate?
I think the only bright blue thing was we saw a Columbia shirt, but I think that was Brian's.
But definitely no bright blue headscarf.
No, but I never went into their bathroom, so it could have been in their bathroom. I just went to the room and grabbed the headbands that were on the hook.
What would Lynette's normal behavior be once you had been out all day and got back up on board Soulmate? What was her normal, or did she have a normal routine having been out all day and getting back on board?
Well, in the mornings I know they have like technology time or something, so they play on their computer and send emails, whatever, and then they do their thing throughout the day, and then at night after dinner time, because they usually eat out, I'm guessing, so then after dinner time, then they just sit on the boat on their phone out on the deck area underneath the bimini.
So tell me if you witnessed this at any time, you guys all went out, maybe you were ashore, maybe you were out swimming or snorkeling, or you went to Tahiti Beach, and then after a long day, you come back on board. What might be your mom's first few things that she would do? Would she go down to her cabin and take off her watch and maybe wash her face or hands? Or what would be the normal thing that your mom would do the minute she would get back up on board?
Oh, like when we went snorkeling, right after we got on board, she immediately took a shower and changed.
Where would that be?
In their bathroom. They have a shower in their bathroom and a washer in their bathroom. So she just immediately went down there and showered to get all the salt off.
How many times did that happen? Was that a regular thing?
There was just that once. It happened so fast. I saw her hair wet, and I was like, "You took a shower?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay," and she was done.
I got a membership.
Being on her phone or doing any technology, checking voice messages, emails, texts? Would she do that immediately upon getting back on board?
Yeah, because that's when she'd get Wi-Fi again. But they usually have it at the restaurant too. But she doesn't have it in between there.
She have a habit in the evenings of doing social media and editing or working on her phone?
Yeah, because she liked to edit her videos that she took out through the day.
And that would be every evening almost?
Just about, yeah. She liked to play on her phone or just watch videos and go through TikTok or Facebook.
This was a regular thing that she would do in the evenings?
Yeah, they would sit on their phone and watch TV in the cabin area.
It's really interesting. And it stands to reason you never saw a black fanny pack on board the boat, right?
It didn't stand out, no. I didn't know to look for one.
There was one other detail I noticed on the boat, and it was a half of a case of Corona, bottles of beer, and then up in the V berth, I think I noticed a box of Sands beer. Were you guys able to jostle it or know if it was an empty box or a full box?
The Corona on the couch was a 12-pack, and only 4 were gone.
Okay. And what about the Sands beer box of it up in the V berth?
I don't remember. I just grabbed the picture and walked out.
Did it strike you as unusual that there was all that beer on boat? Because I think they had told you they'd stop drinking, right?
I didn't know they stopped drinking, so that's news to me, but I guess they did. And last I knew they were drinking, so that's why they were at the
Hi, Maury.
Inn. I don't know.
Welcome in, new members.
Was it surprising to you that there was beer on board, or did it just look like that's just normal?
They always drink beer, so I didn't strike it as unusual.
Was there anything else in the video that, or at least was there anything else in the pictures that I've been able to get from the Bahamas? That is the picture of your mom taking the selfies at the pool, or the other picture of Brian walking alone towards the boat. Was there anything else that stood out to you that just wasn't what you thought it might be, or that was just, significant?
Well, not the pictures, just the videos you sent. You can hear the water in the background, and it's not like it's a typhoon out there. It's not like it's a heavy rain out there. You can hear there's waves, but it's kind of like a babbling brook. You can hear the difference between a raging river and a babbling brook. It didn't sound like a typhoon was happening out there.
Yeah, I mean, we got surveillance video at 6:15 at the Firefly Inn, which is just not even a quarter mile away. It's just north of the Abaco Inn, and the water is...
Woohoo! Choo-choo! Penny Farthing keeping that membership gifted train going, Jack. Welcome in, new members. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. Enjoy your emojis.
Glass as a little dinghy is going out through,
Brian's a little dingy. Put a 1 in chat if you think Brian Hooker's a little dingy.
Heading towards their boat. I've spoken to the woman on board that dinghy, if you can believe it. And she said that all day Saturday, they were up and down the whole coast of Elbow Key, all the way to Tahiti Beach, past the Abaco Inn, the White Sound Channel, and all the way to Firefly. And she said they never would have gone out in the dinghy if the conditions were as bad as Brian made them out to be. She said those conditions were nowhere near like that. There wasn't even 1 foot seas.
Yeah, that's what I saw. And it's like the only waves that were happening were just because of other boats.
Let's see.
Damn, Sophia.
I mean, this must be extraordinary.
Sophia, choo-choo. Sophia gave you guys 5 more. Welcome to the Truth Seekers.
Ordinarily frustrating to see piece by piece the stories that Brian has been telling pan out to be perhaps not true.
Thank you for your
Yep, everything he says is like coming up as debunked.
Yep, bullshit.
So far.
Brian,
do you have a message
bullshit
for Brian if he's watching?
Well, I know he's not going to change his story because he's pretty good at playing this game, I guess, but I don't understand why you couldn't just leave her and you had to do this and put everyone that cared about her in more through pain. So I just don't understand.
How do you feel about Brian?
Well, there's not enough facts for it to be 100% true, but after seeing Rachel's interview, I didn't know it was that bad, and I've been in that type of relationship before, and I finally left after 8 years of going back to...
Who's Rachel? What did I miss? After seeing Rachel's interview, I don't know who that is. Marcy, chugga, 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 choo-choo. Thank you so much for 5 more. 5 more Truth Seekers added to the group. Marcy, I got to give you this.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Oh, Rachel. Okay, that was the friend. Okay, we did see that. Thank you.
him, and I finally got sick of it and said no more, and she just never got there. So it just gets worse and worse, and it's just a cycle, and I wish things were different.
But what are your thoughts about Brian?
Sorry, my brain is everywhere.
It's okay.
My thoughts on Brian right now, with the facts that I know and my gut feeling and seeing other people's point of views, like Rachel, who was close to my mom, it's just, I'm kind of disgusted, especially after your smirk, looking so happy with yourself after you got out of jail. That was kind of gross. It was disgusting to me. So good luck to you.
Do you want to see him arrested?
Yeah. Honestly.
Wow. Poor Carly. I would be very uncomfortable knowing that he was in the same state as me. I can tell you that.
I don't
Teresa.
want him to be a free man.
I can understand that. I want to ask you a little bit about some other videos that I've been looking at and trying to get my head around. There's a video of your mom on the back of the boat dancing by herself. Tell me a little bit about that.
I had a gut feeling that they were fighting because the only time they separate, like I said, is when they're fighting. So I had a gut feeling something was off. And then she posted the video of her dancing on a boat. Miss you guys. Like, I think that was just, I don't know, that was just struck me at odds as odd. So I texted her that night. I said, "How are you guys doing?" And she didn't respond. She left me on red. And then suddenly they were back together and they were both texting me again. So I was just like, okay, I guess I'm just not going to be included on what was going on. So I just kind of went along with my life.
What do you make of the fact that she's dancing alone on the back of the boat? Anything?
Like she knew problems they were having before she left for the Bahamas, and then she still goes out of country with him. I don't feel like that's very smart, but...
Was it in character of your mom to dance alone?
She likes to, I think she just really wants to enjoy herself and enjoy being in the Bahamas and on a boat. I think she really wants to try to enjoy that, but she's with somebody that doesn't want that for her.
Yep, he steals her shine, man. He steals her shine. So sad. It's like what happened with Gabby and Brian. He stole her shine. He took her luster away. And that's what you see. It's the same. It's like a pattern. It's different people, same thing. There you go, Judy. He steals her happiness. Joy jacker. Like I don't know, people like that, are they so miserable that they can't stand seeing someone positive and happy? Like, what is the deal? Like, why do people do that to others? I'll never understand that. It is a story as old as time, but it still doesn't make sense. Like, why? Is he jealous of her? Is he jealous that she's outgoing? Is he... I don't know. I don't understand. Like, why do you get mad when the person you care about is happy?
If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck.
And what I see from, if she's dancing by herself and he's sitting over there on the chair, to me, that's Lynette giving him a big fuck you. Like, you're not going to take my shine. You're not going to take my happiness, and you're not going to take my joy. That's her message right there. Like, he's over there sitting there, I'm Brian Hooker. I'm an asshole. And she's over there with her phone like, you ain't taking my fucking sparkle, motherfucker. That's what I see. Anyways.
There's a witness who saw your mom and Brian at the pool. Brian is over on the right, just like the photo shows, and the witness says it looks like he was pouting as he was looking out to sea, and said your mom was over on the left-hand side of the pool.
Yeah, you know what he was doing? I don't know. Pouting maybe is a good word. Festering is a better word, I think. If it pissed him off, then he was sitting there festering. With every video she made, with every fucking happy move, happy dance, he festered.
Pouting as he was looking out to sea, and said your mom was over on the left-hand side of the pool at the place where she was taking the selfie, and she was dancing alone. And I just wondered what your thoughts would be about that. Would that be in character for her, out of character?
It seems in character for them. Because what I'm gathering, they're not the same couple that they put on for me as they are in private. So seeing my mom dance by herself in a boat, in a different boat that's not hers, before they left for Bahamas, and then I hear that she was dancing by herself at that pool that night It doesn't strike me as odd. It sounds very like my mom trying to enjoy herself.
Hey, Flo.
But enjoy herself more away from Brian?
Yeah, like she obviously knew she had to leave him. She's always questioned, and she bought a plane ticket, so she knows, but something just keeps her going back.
This is horrible. Dockside printing. LOL. She's so bad. They don't know about Carly. Don't block these people. Okay, don't block this dockside printing and this awesome person. This is interesting. Because there's no one on this planet that would say things about Carly other than Brian, in my opinion. Who would hate on her right now? What'd she do wrong? She told the truth about Brian. She told the truth about his history. She brought everything to light. So here's dockside printing. She's so bad. They don't know about Carly, ? We are coming down to your house, awesome, in like an hour. It's crazy about them to talk about the hookers like this. So backwards. Laughing face. Popcorn. What do you know, dockside printing? I don't think it's just an incel troll. They clearly know the area. Rogers City is a huge place where people dock their boats. So no, I don't think this person's full of shit. But I want to know what they know. I think it's the same person, maybe. Okay, don't get me banned, brother. Just zip it. You won't change their mind. I will be here. Just stop talking in chat. What? Y'all are crazy. If you think this is doing good PR work for Brian Hooker, it's not. Hi, Heather. This is looking a lot like desperation. Don't get me banned, brother. Who talks like that? Brian Hooker, brother. What's up, Regan? Are we intruding in their conversation? Affirmative. Dockside printing says affirmative. Just tell us where Lynette is. I mean, fuck's sake.
I want to ask you about the dry bags. When you were on board Soulmate with Brian and
Tell us about their dry bags since you partied with them in Rogers City. Tell us what dry bags you saw. Awesome. Brother. Don't talk in chat, brother.
and Lynette back in February, did you ever make note of the colors of the dry bags that they carried?
Mom always had a dry bag with her. She always had her stuff in there. So I think that was green. And then Brian had a yellow one.
Did you ever see an aqua colored dry bag? Bluish green.
Probably. They have a few. I don't remember the color, to be honest, that well.
Did you ever see either Brian or Lynette carrying an aqua blue-green dry bag?
I don't remember. Not that I can remember.
And do you recall seeing a dry bag of that color on board Soulmate, hanging up anywhere or stashed or stowed somewhere?
I'm sure they do because they have several dry bags, different types, different sizes. So I wouldn't say.
What? No, I did not see their playlist. Oh my God, I almost passed out. They have a playlist and it's the Sailing Hookers? Dude, you got to do better than this, Hooker.
If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck.
Why do you have a playlist Sailing Hookers? That is a coinky dink. Interesting.
That's not possible.
Steve, do you ever remember seeing a bluish green aqua dry bag?
I was looking for like life jackets and see if there was any flares or stuff like that. I did see life jackets. I did see the beer. I did see some other things, but I remember seeing a dry bag, but I could have swore it was more of a clear, but it was dark down there. It's not like it was bright. There was no lights on. It was just the porthole windows that you could actually get light in, but it wasn't really that light. So right offhand, I remember I thought it was a clearish one, but if it could have been aqua, it could have been. I remember seeing something that was opaque, we'll go with.
How big was it? 1.5 foot by 1 foot, sort of the same size as the dry bags they were carrying?
Yeah, it was a decent sized one. It was, I would say like a big decent sized purse.
But you definitely feel like you saw a dry bag on board.
I remember there was a dry bag, but it was like not so much clear, but it was opaque, and it could have had some color to it, but it was dark in there, and I don't remember. It was just a dry bag.
Trying to get to the bottom of this report that some of the rescuers who saw Brian on the morning that he was washed up on Marsh.
Maybe we need Ashley sniffing around in Rogers City. Send her up to Mackinac Bridge. Check out the area.
Harbor. They said they saw him carrying a banana yellow dry bag, which we've seen in photos. And Carly, you've seen him carry the yellow dry bag? Mm-hmm. And some of them said they saw him carrying an aqua blue-green dry bag, all on that same morning.
Oh. That must have been my mom's then.
Well, no, it wasn't bright green. It was definitely on the bluish aqua color spectrum, the way they described it.
And apparently they didn't look through either of them, or did they?
Well, the rescuers were looking for Lynette.
Well, maybe Dockside Printing can donate printing flyers for missing Lynette. Oh, maybe they can do that. Maybe they could print some flyers and have them shipped down to the Bahamas so they can be dispersed in the area with pictures of the dinghy, with pictures from the social media, with all these pictures, him walking to the dinghy. Hey, I mean, print up, a couple thousand, ship them down there. Let's see your efforts in helping find Lynette. If Brian is not guilty of anything, let's print some flyers. Dockside Printing. That would be really a nice gesture. If they're calling her Lynn, they for sure know her. Agreed. Right. I mean, be proactive. Being here isn't doing anything.
And this was in the morning when everyone thought that what Brian said maybe was true, before the investigations have proven that a lot of what he said is untrue.
Cindy says, put your beer down and do something proactive. Put your beer down. Maybe you can even get people at Gretka's to donate towards the cause. I'm sure the bar people would chip in.
And so that's why I'm wondering if you ever saw another dry bag that's a different color. I'm trying to put the pieces together, and I'm having a tough one with the two different colors of dry bags that the rescuers witnessed him with that morning.
I am too.
Because I know they had a bunch of different dry bags in like different sizes.
Because I'm wondering if he had the yellow dry bag and the blue dry bag was inside it. And then for whatever reason, after 4 a.m., he pulled things out and stuck the yellow one into the blue one, and that's why they're seeing a blue one.
Probably. Less to carry.
Yeah, the blue one looks like you'd carry clothes in. Yeah, you have different, and it's probably not as good of a dry bag as the smaller ones, but it's still just to keep basically splash off of it.
But that definitely looks like a dry bag that Brian would be carrying and not Lynette.
Yep, I remember now. Now that I saw that, it brought back, I remember.
You recall that blue bag. Mm-hmm. Did you guys find her wedding ring on board?
No,
Weren't really looking for it, but hey,
I didn't see it at all.
yeah.
And you looked for that specifically?
I feel like I would remember seeing a diamond, her diamond, because she would always like play with it. So
Single solitaire diamond?
she had the normal band and then one with a diamond. I'm guessing that's engagement one.
So the band was a precious metal, and then the engagement ring was a precious metal band, then one single diamond?
Mm-hmm.
No additional diamonds anywhere? And you guys looked everywhere and never saw it?
I didn't go in her bathroom though, so it could have been on the sink, but I didn't think to check.
Steve, you didn't see it anywhere?
Not to my recollection, no. I was looking for sentimental little knickknacks for her, like, the picture frames, that kind of stuff.
Did she ever take her wedding rings off?
Not that I remember. And plus, I remember Brian gained some weight.
Hold on. Dockside Printing. My business is not associated with Dockside Printing. That lady got arrested for meth. What is happening right now?
What?
Too late.
So his ring was like tight around his finger. It would like take a lot to take it off.
Yeah, but your mom wasn't in the habit of taking her rings off on board.
Mm-mm.
She would wear them to sleep?
To my knowledge, yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you guys something about what Brian's lawyer said in that ABC interview. What did you think about that?
Be open-minded to the fact that just because Carly and Darlene are making these claims, there's absolutely no evidence to support any of the allegations. Absolutely none.
There is evidence on everything that I've said. It's been backed up, everything that I've said.
Just because you weren't convicted or a guilty verdict, it doesn't mean you're not guilty of doing that thing they accused you of. When it happens and several other people saw it happen, you can't say it didn't happen. It's just because they say it's not child abuse for choking your kid one time, doesn't mean you still didn't get choked.
And your mom has photographic evidence that she says is bruises on her back as a result of having been choked by Brian on the boat and having her...
Do you hear this, Dockside? I'm going to read your comment in a minute because I can't. But listen to this part.
Bruises on her back as a result of having been choked by Brian on the boat and having her back pressed up against the back cockpit of the sailboat.
Yeah, so my mom, she may have done some whatever questionable stuff, but she does not lie. She has never lied. Even my dad can contest to that. She has never lied once. Like, she's done some stuff that's like, what? But she doesn't lie about it. So, yeah.
And you've witnessed... Carly, have you witnessed Brian getting aggressive with your mom?
Yes.
Like
Once.
what kind of things?
I saw her choke her and throw her out of my room. But otherwise, I haven't seen anything else.
To be fair, he was actually defending.
Hey, Jammers. Dockside Printing says, Dockside Productions is my business. I split up with the other biz last July when she got busted with meth. But I used to do designs for her or help print stuff. Just to be clear, Dockside Print equals meth. Dude, you might want to just go into YouTube, change your name to Dockside Productions then, because yeah, you literally just said Dockside Print equals meth, and your name's Dockside Print.
That fuck 'em up. I'ma do my stuff.
So tell us what you know, Dockside. And let us know if you're going to print flyers and have them sent down to the Bahamas. Does Brian do meth? Brian, has he?
Defending Carly at that point when it happened. So we're not saying it still happened, though. You can't say, hey, I'm a good guy, but I did this. Yeah, you
So he was defending Carly to her mom and choked her. What a nice guy. What a great guy to put the daughter in the middle like that. Oh, yeah.
Carly at that point when it happened. So we're not saying it still happened, though. You can't say, hey, I'm a good guy, but I did this. You choked her and you threw her out of the room. While he was defending Carly at the time, it still doesn't change the fact that he still has on numerous occasions choked her, choked the daughter, choked.
Jesus Christ. How many people has he choked? Dockside printing. No, I don't print. Brian, anti-drug. Oh, okay. So typical. So Brian is anti-drug. You know that for a fact. But Lynn, you questioned. But no one knows of the men in town anyway? What does that mean? Hey, Dockside, do a shot on me. Do a shot on me. Have you ever seen him choke anyone? That's a good question. Have a shot on me. Do a shot of tequila.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
That sounds good, doesn't it? We don't know what to think of the women in town because they say Lynn did and did not, but I don't think they did. What? Oh, Wake the Bake. Oh, hey, Wake the Bake. Damn. I'll be up in Rogers City at Memorial Fields, says Wake the Bake. Tequila makes her clothes fall off. Is Dockside accusing Lynette of cheating? Is that what you're getting at, Dockside? He was seen in the Bahamas with a vial, asking guys if they want a party. Is that true, Elizabeth?
And that's what was told to Carly directly by Lynette.
And didn't you, Carly, witness Brian putting his hands on his 12-year-old daughter around her neck, and that actually resulted in charges, and you testified in court about it?
Yeah, I was a witness in 3rd grade.
So you have seen Brian being violent?
Yeah.
3rd grade, she had to testify in court because of this loser.
So the fact that his lawyer is suggesting that you might be making stuff up is just factually
I don't understand
incorrect.
when it's all documented in court documents. Isn't that, like, not proof?
She may have spoken too soon.
Yeah, she doesn't know all the facts, obviously.
What do you want to say to that lawyer?
Just good luck, I guess. You know, whatever happens, happens. Just know all your facts, I guess, first. I've been saying it everywhere. Everything has been backed up. I even told Inspector Lewis at the Bahamas, and he even...
No, I think they partook in marijuana too, so that's definitely not anti-drug.
agreed, like, yeah, everything you said has been backed up. Because he even asked me about Brian's allegations that he said about me, so I told the Bahamian police everything, and it's all been backed up. That's all I have to say.
It's all documented.
Guys, thank you very, very much for taking the time to talk to us, and we'll continue to press for answers for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all that you guys have done.
It's our pleasure. My great thanks to Carly and Steve for talking to us. This is
Yeah, she's gonna stay on the ass. Dockside says that dinghy was not safe. Everyone here agrees to that. Everyone here? Who's everyone? Do you want to call in, Dockside? I'll open up the phone line for you. It's a lot easier than typing if you'd like to call. Let me know before I move on to the next segment. Right, everyone in Michigan, everyone where? And it would be a lot quicker if you call. Yeah, a phone. I'll give you a phone number and you can call me. It would just be a lot easier. I did ask Awesome to call in, yeah. Patrice, something is afoot at the Circle K. What Circle K? You're asking? Yeah, it's a phone number. You can block your number if you want. I don't care. I just want to know, instead of reading multiple comments, you can just call in for 5 minutes and just spew it. You know what I mean? Hi, Blockbuster. Yeah, it's no panel things or anything. It'd just be a phone number. It's my Google Voice. Bar owner says no, LOL. Why is the bar owner controlling who you call and who you don't? That's weird. Step outside. Go on the picnic table outside. He won't care. What in the Huda is going on? Just step outside for 5 minutes. He's bellied up at the bar. Hi, Ostrich. Good afternoon. Oh, yeah. Are you working at the bar, or they're all sitting at the bar listening? Brian Guthrie. Hey, how about we just go to the liquor store, go home, and then call in?
Go, Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
It's too much drama right now. Everyone is yelling. Why are people yelling? What are they yelling about?
You're being a Karen.
I don't know. I'm just interested because he's calling her Lynn. I don't understand. I'm finding out about the Lynn thing, though. He says people at the bar are yelling, I guess. Have the bar owner call in. I don't care. All I know is I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'm not against you. I just want to know what you have to say. Come on, brother. We've got another video.
So I'm sitting here.
This is from Brian and Lynette's friend. And this is called Camera versus Eyes versus Charts on the Water. And this is Sailing Cameo. Well, I mean, give them an opportunity to talk.
Great town, dude.
It's drunk friends. Well, I think they do know them. That's what's interesting. I don't think it's just someone pulling it out of their ass. There's just not that many people following this case that it's people that are talking out of their ass. It's just not that big of a case.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
Someone should come to Gretka's and ask people. Why don't you do it for us? Call in and let us talk to people that are there. Yeah, I do too. But yeah, we're gonna watch this, and I gotta get up for a second. I've got to use the ladies' room, you know. I'm sure that happens at Gretka's a lot. Someone should FOIA police records from this county too. Oh, Gretka's is in Rogers City, Michigan. Okay. This is Sailing Cameo, and this is 1 day ago.
Here, having a cigar, drinking a Diet Coke, and just looking out over the anchorage. And what you can't see in this picture yet, I saw a person in the water all the way over at this boat. Off guard, I didn't know something was floating in the water, what it was. Come on. Oh, he's there. He is. Can you see him pop up right there? I actually can see him better with my eyes than I can with the camera zoom. I think he's cleaning his hole. What he's doing is irrelevant. I spotted him. And I spotted him from back at my boat. Now, what does this have to do with the Abaco in channel or anything else like that? How do I relate how far you can see somebody in the water? Is that island back there behind him, that one, is over a nautical mile away. What does that mean? Well, if we look at the charts for the Bay of Abaco or the Abaco Sea, from White Bay, the channel he came out of from the Abaco Inn, all the way down through the entire anchorage down to the Tahiti sandbar is 0.8 nautical miles. Which puts you before land over here. So still out in the water, still out there. All these boats that are in this anchorage that you can see, all of them, are filling up the same length distance as that channel of Aunt Pat's anchorage. And almost the entire length of it, I was able to spot somebody in the water when I didn't know there was going to be anybody in the water or couldn't tell there was anybody in the water, half that distance away. What does that mean? I don't know, but I'm trying to give visual representations to what people are talking about online. So like everybody else who is watching the news and podcasts and everything else like that, what I'm really trying to do is visualize the area that all this took place in the Abacos. And what I did is I measured between Lubbers and Abaco, Elbow Cay, the width across that channel there. Because it's really hard to tell on camera how far that is. And it's 0.5 nautical miles. So then I went to our charts and I found out that that shore, not even...
Okay, hold on. I want to go back because this is really good to give you guys an idea of what he's doing here. So this is where they were at the Abaco, and then this is Lubbers over here. Okay, so this pink line goes between the Abaco Inn and Lubbers. So if they got into their boat and went down this channel, which is the dark thing, right? The dark part. If they got in there and started heading towards their boat, they would have headed south. So that's why it really doesn't make sense that Brian went up and around here and ended up way over there on Marsh Harbor.
Because it's really hard to tell on camera how far that is. And it's 0.5 nautical miles. So then I went to our charts and I found out that that shore, not even the building, the shore right there, is a half nautical mile away from our boat.
And then that's done.
Which puts it roughly about where that blue sailboat right there is, where we just saw the guy swimming. What does all this mean? It means it's really hard for cameras to catch when you're watching this on podcasts or people driving in boats or, you know, quick video edits and stuff like that. It's really hard for people to catch just how small.
It's a really good point of view here. So he's right. When, you know, the boat's moving, as great as Ashley's coverage is, we could see some, but this really gives us a perspective of what it would have been like when they were just sitting in the dinghy, right? Getting into the dinghy and getting ready to go back to the boat. That's where the land, like you would have seen the land. That close. It's not that far. Point being, she would have made it to one side or the other.
Of an area we're talking about, and just how much you can see sitting on the back of a boat.
So I thought that was great of them, and they're not giving up either, just so you know. The sailing cameos are not giving up. Yeah, she could have swam that distance easily, one side or the other. I mean, here, let's look again. That's crazy. Blaine is truly the bestest friend ever. Isn't he? Isn't he great? Dockside, are you going to call in or what? Heather L. says someone would have seen her. Absolutely. Allie says, so I'm a little confused. When he said he saw somebody in the water, is he saying he saw Lynette or her husband in the water, or he's just making an observation? So this is a reenactment. This is his friend. They're not in the Bahamas, so they're just reenacting the distance. But I think he said he saw her swimming. What are you? Wait, he better not call in. Whole town would be mad if he did. Why would the town be mad if he called in? Awesome. Awesome, why don't you call in? I don't understand what kind of games you're playing. So, they said to check FOIA requests in Presque Isle County. Yes, the boat is still in the Bahamas as far as we know. Presque Isle County. And I doubt they have online. Yeah, most babies do like to play games, don't they? Isn't that what they do with their time? Play games? I think they do.
God bless.
What?
America.
Little babies with them high top white shoes on, with the real hard bottom when they about to.
You want to see where they're at? Where Rogers City is? Map of Michigan. I'm from Michigan. I would love to speak to you. I mean, literally, I grew up in Michigan, Romeo. One of my best friends, her aunt had a cabin up in Rogers City. We used to go up there. Chill on Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, whatever it is up there. Huron, I think. So if you go up here, right here, okay, so this is Rogers City, right on Lake Huron, right here. It's right at the very top of Michigan. That's it. See the dock? Why do you need permission to call in? Are you a man or a mouse? The whole town's watching. I know. I like it too, Chester. You want to see the bar? Let's go to Rajewaleski's Sausage. I might call in sometime. I'm trying to make up the nerve to make a video. How would I call in? No, it's just a phone number. You can block your number if you want. I don't need to know your number. You can *67. You'd just be calling my Google Voice. That's all. You just got to call in for like 5 minutes. That's all it'll take. What road is that bar on? It's got to be right here by the freaking water. International Sports Bar. Where is it? What road? Where'd they hang out? Greco's? Greca. We'll find it. Presque Isle, Michigan. Yes, that's the county. Oh, there it is. Greca's Tavern. Let's go down there. Since we can't be there in person, we'll visit via Google. How about that? Whoops. Let's go down here, right in front of the place on First Street in Woodward. There it is. There's Greco's. Greca's. That looks like a Brian Hooker kind of place. I'm autistic and I've been taking heat from y'all. Bullhorn Betty called me a murderer. What? What does Bullhorn Betty have to do with this? No, that's Wayne Gretzky. I see Brian through the window. Who's that? Is that you, Awesome? You're like, hey, Mr. Google Maps. Wow, what a random place for a bar. Right in the middle of a neighborhood. Weird, but that's up north for you. So I have a feeling if you go down this road here, you'll be at the water. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, do. Oh, look at that. There's the water. Do. Wow. Can you dock your boat right here at this park? South Shore Park, Rogers City. And then, oh, look it. There's Awesome. And then walk down the road to the bar, to the local bar. You've been going into her chats? These might actually be your photos? Okay. Well, I wish you would call in. I'll give you one more opportunity. It's really not that far from the beach. Bullhorn was very mean when I tried to point out a mistake.
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
Okay, well, it's been fun. This is the last time I'm going to ask if you'll call in because I'm moving on. I'm now moving on from you. This is the last call. Yeah, I don't have it open because I'm not taking calls. Another day, let's move on. Fair enough. Okay, we will. All righty. Just keep it in the back of your mind.
Sit down.
Okay, here we go. We're moving on with things. And thank you again to Sailing Cameo for this. You don't have to be scared. I'm not mean, but it's okay. It's just like talking on the phone. Anyways, thanks to Sailing Cameo for being good friends to Lynette and not giving up. For real. Okay, the next thing we're going to move on to is a brief Nancy Guthrie update. This is Nancy Guthrie has been missing more than 80 days now. Nancy Guthrie remains missing more than 80 days after she disappeared from the Catalina foothills. Savannah is on the Today Show like nothing ever happened. I mean, literally, like nothing ever happened. It's just, it is what it is. Which is very strange. Also, a former FBI agent talked to Brian Ensign. In a new interview with News Nation's Brian Ensign, former FBI agent Jim Clemente revealed why he believes investigators are searching for just one suspect. And it all has to do with the blood spatter on the front steps. Clemente believes that the suspect had trouble corralling Guthrie, who may have wound up face down on her doorstep where blood evidence was traced back to her. So a lot of people are now like looking into this blood spatter and like analyzing it and like zooming in on it and stuff like that. And now they're saying that she was really close to the floor or to the ground or whatever. if it were two people, you would think one of them would have control of her, complete control of her on the inside, and brought her outside and would not have lost that control. But here she's clearly on the ground coughing this blood up. There's no evidence to me that there are more than one offender here. If there were 3 different shoe print patterns in the blood stains, that would tell me something. I don't see it. I'm not aware of that evidence. During the interview, Clement also revealed he believes the suspect will be caught thanks to the mistakes made during the abduction. He said, I firmly believe that the mistakes that this offender made during the course of committing this crime and afterwards, and even before actually committing the crime, in the pre-attack surveillance that appears to have happened, that he will be caught. And the $1 million reward remains. Why is no one asking for the reward? Why is nothing happening? You know? You don't find it strange in the least? Well, I mean, everybody has to go back to work after their mom passes, but her mom hasn't been found. And there's no special segment just even showing the flyer that if you have information that there's a $1 million reward. You know what I mean? That's what I find freaking weird. She has the biggest bullhorn in the world, and she doesn't use it. Why? Is the masked guy dead? Like, what is going on? It's just, to me, it just seems awfully weird. And, you know, there's obviously the Nanos thing as well. I don't know how many of you watched the interview room, but I do want to play a clip of it from last night because, man, the interview room had, what's his name? The lead of the union. And there was some things that came out about Nanos last night that were horrible. I'm going to play a little bit of this. Let me pull it up. And then I want to find the exact spot because it is an hour and a half long. We're not going to watch all of it, of course. But there is a certain part that I wanted you guys.
Or DOJ, somebody.
I wanted you guys to hear, buddy. Hold on. Let me get the transcript. Okay, hold on.
To the public, because credibility, if he's willing to not be potentially credible with his staff and his employees, how does that impact Nancy Guthrie and Savannah? Go ahead.
I was going to say it demoralizes your rank and file. These things don't happen in a vacuum. And what the audience needs to understand is that Lieutenant Lappin was beloved by the rank and file, and they all saw what he did to her. And as a result, she was not only not elected a sheriff, and I can speculate as to how differently this case would have been handled had Heather Lappin been successful. But they chased her away to a different agency. So it's demoralizing. You see what happens to you if you try and just run for an election. She ran.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, with the Nancy Guthrie case, you know, what we've all seen and heard, those first 24, 48 hours.
Again, this is the interview room, Karen and Chris, and this is Sergeant Aaron Cross.
First, especially when the decision was made to turn back the house, before obviously more evidence gathering was necessary. Do you think that came from the inexperienced investigators? I mean, not to be critical of them, but if they haven't ever done a murder before, or worked a homicide, or do you think that was micromanaging from the sheriff? If you know.
Yeah, it was the latter. I spoke with them And they advised me that the rush to get out of there, to give the house back, was all command driven. They were told, hurried, like, okay, let's get it back. What's taking so long? Are you guys done yet? Let's just get this wrapped up and turn the house back over. And it was frustrating to them because there was no reason for it. No one else lived there. So, I mean, it could theoretically be locked down to this day, and no one would really be put out. And I'm sure the Guthrie family, would understand if it was explained to them that that's in the best interest of this case. And it was command driven.
But why the rush to give the house back? Command driven, obviously he's saying from Nanos, but what was the drive to give the house back so quickly? What was the drive? Was someone in the family pressuring them to it? We can, Nick. I think that sounds like a good plan. But for real, like, what's the deal with that?
I'm hopeful that all the correct process, the correct process was done in that limited time that they were given. But it's impossible for me to say.
That's fair. We understand.
Well, the public has figured it out, so we can only imagine what was going on behind the scenes in terms of command staff making decisions that they, should have been home in a recliner with a remote control watching it on TV.
Chloe,
that
that
said,
was
so
so
let's Karen, you dug up some stuff here on this 22-page.
Yes. Okay, this
response.
This is the best part of the whole show. Let me introduce you to Karen. We love Karen. Karen did the digging into these documents, and this is very, very eye-opening. And I agree with whoever said if it wasn't for Nancy Guthrie, this Nanos character would have never been exposed.
He had. And it's interesting in this particular response, the attorney for the sheriff describes, discipline that you and others received as, quote, generous and lenient.
What's up, Hendricks?
Whenever an administrator says that, we're going to go over generous and lenient discipline here in a moment, which he quite frankly also in this 22-page, action here that he's putting out there, this piece of, I don't know what to call it yet, but we're going to talk about what really discipline looks like when you actually do something wrong. And because we dug up his records in El Paso.
And we did a whole video on that. So when you're done watching this, go over to our playlist and you can check that one out.
Yeah.
We do a deep dive and we go through newspaper articles from 1980, 1982.
Yep.
That talked a lot about Chris Nanos.
And the reason we do that, again, we are a victim-centered podcast. Nancy Guthrie matters. And she should have had at the helm from the get-go professionals like Sergeant Cross and the team. I can't blame the deputies personally. I give them grace because they have to do what they're told to do. And, if they're brand new and they're put in there, yes, mistakes can be made and probably some are. But I blame the leadership, to your point earlier, because, one of the key responsibility of leadership is transparency. You cannot lead, okay, unless you are 100% upfront and the public can see it as well as the people that you lead. And anybody can be, in a leadership role, but very few are called leaders. And it's important they get.
Okay, let's get to Karen's part.
Decision was, so it's not her first rodeo. And get your.
Remind everybody of what the Pima County Board of Supervisors, what they had asked of Sheriff Nanos. So they had 4 areas that they had concerns about. And to Aaron's point that the local Arizona media, I forgot the reporter's name you mentioned, but I'm glad you gave her credit. Anyway, following her media reports about his background as an El Paso Police Department police officer. So from those reports, they were concerned about Nanos's work history, personnel discipline, what he did, immigration enforcement, and budget management. And I think for our purposes for tonight, let's focus on the work history and the personnel discipline that we just talked to, that Aaron just shared with us a few minutes ago with Lieutenant Heather Lapin, I believe, who was his political opponent. I mean, I'm still, you said this about 10 minutes ago. I'm like, he put her under house arrest as a public election was going on. I mean,
you hear this?
You know, I mean,
really, house arrest? This guy's a freaking asshole.
You know, good grief.
It doesn't get any clearer than that.
It doesn't. And you know what? When his background came up, my first thought was, well, he ran. There was a race before, a political race leading up to an election, and I was wondering how come his political opponent wasn't able to dig this up prior to the election. Well, if she's under house arrest, I mean, you know, you just got to wonder again.
Yeah,
these are questions. I'm just throwing out general questions here, but it just makes you scratch your head, like, what on earth, you know?
Yeah, and I want to scratch my head too, because what on earth? 5% of you that voted don't think Brian did anything to Lynette. 95% of you do. I hope that is echoing off the walls of the bar. 95% voted in the poll as their opinion that Brian did something to Lynette. Again, no 5%. That's 330 people voting. Okay, back to Nanos.
What's jumped out at you?
Well, first of all, in the United States with the Constitution during an election, the fact that a political opponent could put the other political opponent under a house arrest seems beyond illegal. Let's just start right there. Not even getting into, you know, any of the issues. So if you're just joining us, Sheriff Nanos' political opponent, she filed a lawsuit against Sheriff Nanos' behavior towards her. And that was a couple of years ago, right, Aaron? Was it? Okay, I think it was 2024. Okay. And then also, we know that you had filed a lawsuit. We're not going to get into details on that, but it is mentioned here in the 22-page response as well. And, you know, but first, let's jump into his background with El Paso Police Department. Does that sound good?
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay. So I'm going to read, the easiest way to do this, I'm going to read from the question, his answer, and then Aaron, just, you know, let us know, give us your thoughts, what jumped out to you, what stood out to you on this.
If you can.
I believe so.
We want to be
talk
sensitive
about his background.
Yeah. But right, we don't want to put him in any more.
Okay,
just
radar.
Go.
Right. Okay. So the board had asked him what were the circumstances of his departure from El Paso Police Department. So I'm just going to read this paragraph. It says, Sheriff Nanos resigned from the El Paso Police Department in 1982. At the time of his resignation, he held the rank of corporal. His resignation came in the wake of a dispute with a supervisor over the towing of vehicles. Supervisor wanted to impose a 3-day suspension for insubordination. Nanos appealed that recommended discipline to the chief. He found favor of the supervisor. Rather than accept a 3-day suspension, Nanos offered to resign in lieu of discipline. Okay. So what was clearly missing here?
And, you know, I don't think this is anything out of the ordinary. How many times have we heard of corrupt cops being shuffled around to different departments? It happens all the time. It's just these high profile cases that make it come out.
Is the background that we now know that he received a total of 37 days, as Chris says, on the beach, meaning suspension, right?
Yep.
During his 6 years there in El Paso Police Department.
Now do the math there. Okay. In 6 years, okay, you've taken an oath. You're dealing with people, hooking and booking all day long with people. And the guy next to you has been suspended. Let's say you're year 6 working with this guy in patrol, and you know the guy next to you has been suspended for a total of 37 days. Okay. Aaron, do we want to?
Okay, I'm skipping.
Yeah, great point. Okay, I'm going to keep going and jump in if you guys want to add stuff.
Okay.
All right, then he's asked about his dates of employment. So on the website, Sheriff Nanos, I don't know if it was just like in his bio, because they don't post their resumes, but he said that he he said he joined Pima County in 1982, but it turns out it was 1984. Okay, so that was a discrepancy. And, it's his resume. He's the captain of his own ship. Okay. So here's his reasoning for how that piece of this came out. It says, some time ago, Sheriff Nanos was alerted that the department's website incorrectly stated he was employed with El Paso Police Department from 1976 to 1984. Upon learning of the error, Sheriff Nanos immediately instructed staff to correct it. Since then, all staff has been instructed that any biographical data about the sheriff, including public-facing communications, must be reviewed for accuracy and approved by his office prior to the publication. So, again, the resume would have come from him. And I think this is, he's clearly blaming the website folks for posting the dates that he provided. Okay. And I don't think anybody says it's a clerical error. So again, guys, when you're hearing this, I mean, this all goes to Nanos' personality. Am I wrong?
No, you're 100% right.
Okay. And there seems to be this, blaming subordinates for the error, that nobody knows his resume except him.
Which we see played out now.
Yes.
Well, to answer your question about the jammer,
there's no jammer.
Important for the audience to, as we always do, connect the dots. You have people who are senior homicide guys, right? And they all of a sudden become a burr in the saddle of the sheriff. And he says, well, you're no longer doing the job that you're good at. So you're going to go to the jail or whatever the transfers are, right? And then all of a sudden you get a Nancy Guthrie case that shows up, and you get a poor deputy, thrust into the national spotlight who is working for a supervisor that's never worked a murder ever. And I'm not saying you can't learn, but this is not the case to learn on, not this one anyway. And now all of a sudden that individual is being second guessed for maybe not following their gut, or at least asking more senior individuals because they're afraid that would make them look bad, as if they didn't know what they were doing. And so it's a cascading effect. And you end up within a couple of days of the command saying, to what Sergeant Cross was, giving as an example, the command saying, hey, shut this down. We got to move on. Nothing to see here. We've got everything that we need. And all of a sudden the FBI director puts a note into the ether. You get a senator coming in, making phone calls, who, by the way, didn't make a phone call to Miss Glass, whose daughter is missing in Phoenix. It was a triple homicide down there. So I'm hoping you can still do that, Kelly. Shoot a call to her and help her in her case. But now you get this guy who is constantly shifting blame. That's what's happening. His personality is to constantly shift blame, not take responsibility.
Okay, Chris.
Nothing to see here. They were clerical errors. Move on. Am I right, Karen?
Yeah, but it gets worse.
I don't know. Okay. I'm going to put my seatbelt on then.
Okay. I'm going. And by the way, for anybody
Chris.
following at home, because we've posted this 22-page response, you can find it on the internet. We put it on our Patreon page. I'm on page 2 of his response, and I'm on number 3.3. It says, this is where the board had asked about the sheriff's prior disciplinary history, including suspensions. Okay. And we just heard Sergeant Cross say in his many years in law enforcement, he's never heard somebody having as many suspensions as we know of what Chris Nanos has had. So here's his response. It says, quote, first, I must reiterate that the sheriff's minimal disciplinary history, that's 37 days on the beach, 8 suspensions, right, is irrelevant to the performance of his official duties. The sheriff was the subject of robust public scrutiny during the election, and the public records included information about his decorated career as a sworn peace officer. The voters of Pima County elected him as sheriff. Whatever the sheriff did or didn't do before being elected is necessarily irrelevant to his performance of the duties of his office. Notwithstanding the impropriety of this question, the sheriff has authorized me to respond as follows. So here we go. While employed with El Paso Police Department, Chris Nanos was the subject of various disciplinary actions, which included counseling, reprimands, and suspensions. The discipline and the actions that gave rise to it happened more than 4 decades ago.
Oh.
The sheriff has little recollection of those events.
Of course.
I'm going to read that piece again. The sheriff has little specific recollection of those events 40 years ago.
Well, let's refresh his memory.
Let's do it. Will you put that up? I'm going to keep going. It says, however, let me finish that paragraph. The sheriff notes that when he applied to the county in 1984, he was the subject to a standard background check, which included completion of the county job application, interviews of his past employers and personal references, oral interview with psychological evaluation, and a polygraph. Before he became a certified peace officer in Arizona, his fitness to serve and employment history were thoroughly reviewed by
Use your emojis, peeps.
ALEOAC. So I'm assuming that's a state of Arizona.
I agree, Sherry.
What is it? Where's it at, huh?
Would that be
Arizona Law Enforcement Officers Association?
There you go. Thank you. At every step in the hiring process, the sheriff was truthful and forthcoming.
Oh, he was.
So he's putting it back on his employer.
Well,
that, hey, you should have dug this up on me 40 years ago when I applied, apparently.
Okay, so let's refresh his memory.
Yeah.
Tonight. Okay, so what you're looking at here.
This is where it gets bad, guys. Okay, I just had to play that part to give you guys. I couldn't just pop into this. So we're gonna look at this actual record and listen to this. This is bad, like really bad, like really, really bad. Tinfoil hat bad at times.
Audience. And by the way, for the record, 1,000%, our guests are in no way, shape, or form involved in any of our production presentation and how he didn't even know I had all this stuff that I'm going to show here.
Right. And we will say these opinions are Chris's and mine only.
Right.
Okay.
So what this means is these are all the internal affairs investigations for one Christopher G. Nanos.
Okay, what I'm going to do, so you guys can see this better. We showed this in a stream that we talked about Nanos as well. No nads. But I want you guys to really be able to see. Look, it looks like I'm on panel. Oh, hi, guys.
And he entered service in February 2nd, 1976.
Queen of fashion.
Okay? So this guy has his own record sheet in the IA division. Okay. Now, here's a little contrast for us. Okay.
Oh
in my career.
Okay. We're going to skip this.
Okay. So let's go through this for a moment, shall we? And refresh his memory. Okay. First of all, the very first time he got in trouble, he got a written reprimand. And basically.
Let's read what it says. It says violation of department orders.
Yep. So he violated an order. So he's a lone wolf, likes to do his own thing. Okay. Now, as a young officer,
don't be nasty. Sometimes
I give him grace. Say, look, knock it off. The sergeant will sit down with you and say, really, did you have to run code 3? Just next time, don't do that. Okay, I'm going to give you a written, and they write it up. Oh, now civil lawsuit.
That was 2 weeks after the prior written reprimand. Right. Look at the dates on these things.
Yeah,
literally. Okay.
Okay, and now we go into. We all know he does not like to be told what to do. In fact. Number 3 there, he also has a temper. And this is going back to 1978, everybody. You're seeing it right in front of you. Abusive language, okay?
1978. Welcome to the Truth Seekers, Googie. Enjoy your emojis. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you.
Now we get off to he's off duty.
Yeah, off-duty conduct.
What kind of conduct?
It says threats.
Well, that sounds good.
My
That's
God.
what I feel like.
Yeah, no, please go. Yeah.
So in a grand twist of irony, the day that he submitted this, his response to the board, Stephanie Murray, that fantastic reporter from the Arizona Republic, got his entire file, not just the history card. And so the off-duty conduct threats was he off-duty went and what we call jammed some guy, so verbally threatened him because he gave a ride to his sister, to Chris Nanos' sister.
Wow, you hear this? This guy's a fucking prick. Off duty went and threatened a guy for giving a ride to his sister. This is a personality problem. This is a personality problem that slipped through the cracks. How many Nanoses are there?
And he made a complaint about that, and so he got written reprimand for it.
Wow.
Okay.
Flashed his badge, said, "Don't ever do that again. Stay away from my sister." That kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's
even Buddy's upset at
the
hearing
John
that.
Wayne syndrome. Okay. Now the next one is pretty interesting because he got a day off, 1 day suspended. But this is the most disturbing for me right from the very beginning. In July of '79, he fired a weapon on duty.
Oh my God!
And he got suspended for it. Do you have any insight into what that was all about?
Yes, sir. They gathered a bunch of weapons from a stop, brought them back to the station, and in classic fashion, had a negligent discharge with one of them. Took the magazine out, but forgot to clear the chamber and fired around inside what sounds like the briefing room. And fortunately, it struck a wall, not a not a person.
Wow.
This is getting, you can't make this up. All right.
Oh my God. It was inside. He took the magazine out, but forgot to clear the chamber. It struck a wall.
Wow.
This is getting, you can't make this up. All right. So then again, we get into brutality.
It gets
that
better.
one was not sustained, but
This gets better. This is where I put on my tinfoil hat.
It kind of raises, the bar a little here. But then this one here is really interesting. Off-duty conduct, gambling.
Fuck. And this is one common denominator that we've heard throughout this case. We've heard gambling. We've heard Tomato had a gambling problem. Now we're hearing that the sheriff, who has fucked this whole thing up, also was gambling, illegal gambling. We had a sheriff here in Osceola County, Florida. The sheriff that was he wasn't over the Madeline Soto case, but he was involved initially. He was actually arrested and charged with RICO and illegal gambling and running illegal gambling sites. He was a very dangerous man as well. And I have a whole playlist on him. He's still waiting trial.
And he got suspended for 1 day for that. Do you know what that one was?
Yes, he was gambling, which gambling at that time in Texas was illegal. So he was caught by a couple undercover officers, I believe from his own department.
His own department caught him illegal gambling in a pool hall.
Gambling in a pool hall. And so he and about three other guys were all arrested for illegal gambling.
So they hooked him up? They actually hooked him up?
I think they cut him a sight. And so, yeah, he was arrested, which I don't believe he also disclosed to the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Wow.
That's another double wow.
He never disclosed that to the Pima County Sheriff.
Yeah, that would have eliminated any rehire anywhere, back in the day. But it gets better. Shots fired.
And that one looks like, can you see the month? It's
79. Yep. October.
Okay.
It seems like every couple of months he's got something happening here early on in his career here. And then right after that, he's failure to report for duty. He also gets another day off. I can't wait to hear this one. What do you know anything about that one?
He habitually would be either late or no call, no show.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, not just one or two times. I mean, he must have driven his sergeant insane with the amount of times when you go through the whole file.
Wow.
We would probably terminate someone just for the
absolutely
no call, no show stuff. So but they put up with it.
How does a cop get away with no call, no show?
Okay, so it gets better. Does it not, Karen?
You got another, the other slide.
Okay.
There's more slides.
Well, this one here, he gets violation of rules and regs, but he gets a full 10 days on the beach. And this is...
1980?
Yeah, I can't tell for sure, but it may have been 79 or 80. Do you know this one? Do you know this one?
Yes, this is, in a weird way, my favorite story, in just how horrible it is, I guess. He and his partner made an arrest on a guy who crashed his car, and the arrestee had a friend that was there. That's important. And when he arrested him, there were some, I'm not sure if the arrestee was mouthy with him or if Chris Nanos was just getting into it, jawing him a bit. But Chris Nanos told his arrestee, purportedly per the arrestee and the witness who later complained, forgive my language, listening audience, but Nanos was trying to get his address for ostensibly the arrest form, and the arrestee didn't want to give it to him because he didn't want him to go and mess with his wife or something. And Nanos responded, quote, don't worry, I won't fuck with your slut. And when the arrestee
hell no. Oh, no. Whoa. Wow. This guy is a piece of shit.
Form, and the arrestee didn't want to give it to him because he didn't want him to go and mess with his wife or something. And Nanos responded, quote, don't worry, I won't fuck with your slut. End quote. And when the arrestee took exception to that, understandably, Chris Nanos purportedly threatened to take him out and beat him up. And so he eventually was booked. And then a few days later, it gets worse. A few days later, the arrestee and his friend who witnessed this went in to complain to Internal Affairs about it. So they filed a complaint about that behavior. And then a few days after that, after the complaint was filed, Chris Nanos and his partner spotted that witness. After they filed the Internal Affairs complaint, they spot the witness on the road, side of the road, I believe. They do a U-turn and stop out with him, kind of what the old timers would call a shakedown. So Nanos tells him that every time he sees him, he's going to stop him, and then, likely because he filed the complaint, threatened to take him out in the desert and kill him.
Oof. Oof. This is what made me put on my tinfoil hat and be like, Nanos, where were you Saturday night? This is so crazy. Listen to that again.
Tells him that every time he sees him, he's going to stop him, and then, likely because he filed the complaint, threatened to take him out in the desert and kill him. And they ran him for wants and warrants and left. And then when the witness went and complained about that, they called Nanos and his partner in, asked him about it. He lied, said that they never stopped him. And then they pulled the records, and it showed that they ran a wants and warrants check. So they clearly did stop out with him. So that's why he got 10 days for that. That's quite a story.
Wow. I can't believe he survived and wasn't fired for that.
I can't believe he wasn't in prison.
Yeah.
You can't.
Wow.
And
threatening to kill a witness on an Internal Affairs complaint. I believe that's probably against the law.
Yeah. I mean.
Hey, Mojo.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey,
I had a prisoner one time who, when I was a canine handler, we didn't have cage cars, right? So we had to have transport. Fast forward, I get back to the holding cell, getting ready to book this guy, and his whole side of his face is blown up. And I said, "What? They hit me." I said, "What do you mean?" And what had happened, not even like, and long story, I said, "This is a bad, that guy was gone." Okay. 13 dereliction of duty, violation of something in here. I can't read what those are. But then he got 1 and a 3-day suspension, so a total of 4 days. Do you know what 17 and 18 are?
I believe those were also for just not showing up to work.
Wow.
Just not showing up to work.
19 from 1981, it says off-duty incident. I guess that was an information only. And then December 81, excessive force.
They're keeping tabs on this guy.
Yeah.
They should have hammered him.
Had a ton of complaints coming in.
They should have hammered him. Habitual tardiness. He gets another day off.
Another excessive force.
And now we get into the biggie here.
But that was that's the
in 82, March of 82. And Buddy doesn't like him either.
Buddy. The dogs are always chiming in. I love it.
That's my opinion, not anybody else's. Excessive force. Tell us about that one in March of 82.
So that one was a robbery involving multiple people, and if you read the reports, essentially the long and short of it is that this subject, there was a subject that was handcuffed, and he was turned over to Officer Chris Nanos to be transported. And depending on the version that you read, because other officers made reports, the guy obviously made a complaint about this, but he was taken over to the patrol car by Officer Nanos, and people witnessed him repeatedly punch him and kick him, put him in a headlock at one point, and then throw him into the vehicle.
This is disgusting. Kick, punch, and put him in a freaking headlock. All 5'5" of Nanos.
Vehicle. As a result of that, he sustained a large, I believe, gash, or what we call defect in law enforcement, to the head, and he was bleeding, and I believe he was unconscious.
Oh my God. Unconscious. Dude, the guy went into the ICU.
In law enforcement, to the head, and he was bleeding, and I believe he was unconscious. He ended up going to the hospital and was put into the ICU The Chris Nanos was later that same day relieved of duty, which is as Chris, pretty serious as it gets. And remember, this was all a handcuffed suspect. So
the guy was handcuffed when he did this.
You just simply can't do that stuff. So he was put on leave. They investigated it and also took it to grand jury. And Karen, you may have some more information on that if you want to take it away.
Yeah, so go ahead.
So and again, this is from the newspaper articles that we found. And
he was only 26 at this point. Imagine how much effed up stuff he's done in the last 25 years. Oh my God.
So this was all brought before a grand jury. I'm going to let Chris just talk about this a little bit more. The person, the robbery suspect that Nanos beat up, was not brought in front of the grand jury.
Right. So essentially what happened is, so Nanos is taken, first of all, the DA's office decides to take this guy to the grand jury in Texas. They're like, okay, we need to get this guy off the street, and they're prepared to take him to prison. That's what's happening here. Okay. So the public needs to understand that. Okay. And so what happens is unfortunately, their witness who got beat up and was put in the ICU by this guy, Nanos, is also a criminal who is being charged with robbery. So his defense attorney says, well, if you get up on that stand and you say anything about the robbery against Nanos, that will be used against you in your trial. So that witness.
See that? The guy was pushed into a corner.
Was in a catch-22 situation. He gets beat, he gets the tar beat out of him by this officer, Chris Nanos. And then he can't even tell what happens in reality, because he too could go to prison if he would admit on the stand in any way, shape, or form that he had actually committed the robbery.
See?
Okay? Well, as a result of that.
That's fucked up. The guy was damned if he did, damned if he didn't, right? They pushed him in a corner. If you go in front of the grand jury, then you know what? When you go to court, you're admitting what you did, and it's going to be used against you.
The grand jury did not hear this gentleman's testimony.
Horrible.
And so they came back with a no bill. But Karen found this article here about the incident here. And it says a police officer who was relieved of duty when a robbery suspect he arrested wound up in the hospital was given a 15-day suspension Wednesday in connection with the incident. Patrolman Chris Nanos, 26 at the time, a 6-year police veteran, was relieved of duty without pay several hours after the March 23rd incident that sent Carlos Urias, 34, to Thomason General Hospital with head injuries. Okay. So this is the receipts that this guy beat the crap out of this guy and put him in the hospital. And unfortunately, the system could not punish him and put, in my opinion, Chris Nanos in prison where he belonged back then. And so the most the agency could do, and by the way, this is the guy leading the sheriff's department today. If he was willing to do this himself, can you imagine those that he has surrounded himself with in the command staff, what they're willing to do to anybody he says, make it happen? Okay. That's my opinion. It's nobody else's. But let me tell you, I've been in this game for a couple of weekends. And when you have a situation that the department, the only thing they can do is cross their fingers, they don't get a civil rights lawsuit, and then secondarily, give this guy 15 days minimum on the beach. But it gets better.
Do we have more on his history card?
Oh, yeah. It gets better.
Well,
oh my God, there's more, guys. I agree, Steph. Nancy was the path to pay off an owed debt that went wrong. Do you think that he hired new people? Do you think anybody came with him? Because in the case of the sheriff in Osceola County, Florida, he was from Puerto Rico, and he was bringing cops from Puerto Rico to his force. And they were involved in this illegal casino thing with them. That was a whole shit show.
I'd like to jump back to more of his response to the board.
I don't know. I hope so, Heather.
At this point, are we good with that? Okay.
Yeah, let's see what he's telling the board based on the record that you, the public, are looking at right in front of you.
Yeah. So again, I'm on page 3 of his response, and what they're saying. Okay, so part of what came out with Nanos is when he was questioned under oath in a sworn deposition, and it just happens to be for the case that Sergeant Cross has against Nanos. Nanos was asked about his background, if he ever received discipline as a law enforcement officer.
Hi, Sally.
So that's the context here. So his response is, I'm aware, and I'm reading from this, I'm aware of media reports suggesting Sheriff Nanos was somehow dishonest in sworn deposition testimony he gave in the matter of Cross versus Nanos. In that deposition, the sheriff was asked, quote, have you ever received discipline as a law enforcement officer? He responded, yes. In a follow-up question, he was asked, did you ever receive a discipline that rose to the level of a suspension? He responded, no.
Oh, right here. What a lying liar who lies. He responded, no. Wake up. Wake up, America. Wake up, people. How many cops are out there like this that are in charge? Dude, do you think he planned this abduction for the new show and it went bad?
Of a suspension. He responded, no.
Okay, stop. That's why I love this girl. I love this girl. Read that one more time so the audience is clear.
Read it,
Everybody,
sweetie.
You have just witnessed or you have just seen up to this point a 15-day, a 10-day, a 3-day, a 1-day, multiple 1 days. There's still another 10-day or 2-day coming up. Okay. And this guy read that question one more time for the board to hear loud and clear.
He was asked, quote, did you ever receive a discipline that rose to the level of a suspension? He responded, Nanos responded, no.
Okay. Now the board, you guys can look at this piece of evidence. This is the newspaper article where he was given 15 days on the beach. 15 days. It made the news.
Okay, hang on. I got to keep reading this. Okay. So his answer goes on. It says, bad faith media reports. When in doubt, blame the media, of course. Bad faith media reports have divorced this testimony from its context to suggest Sheriff Nanos was untruthful about his disciplinary history with El Paso PD. But context matters. Both immediately before and immediately after the question about whether he had ever been suspended, Nanos was questioned about the Arizona Peace Officers Bill of Rights. As you know, the Peace Officers Bill of Rights details the substantive and procedural due process rights afforded to Arizona law enforcement officers. It's 100% correct that Sheriff Nanos was never suspended during his 4 decades at the Pima County Sheriff's Department. However, Sheriff Nanos was suspended more than 40 years ago while employed at El Paso Police Department. Sheriff Nanos did not understand, I'm going to read this a couple times. Quote, Sheriff Nanos did not understand the question related to discipline with a different agency not governed by the Arizona Peace Officers Bill of Rights. I'm going to read that one more time. This is what he's saying. Sheriff Nanos, by his attorney, Sheriff Nanos did not understand the question related to discipline with a different agency not covered by Arizona Peace Officers Bill of Rights. In reviewing the transcript shortly after his deposition, Nanos spotted the misunderstanding and promptly notified his attorney. He was under oath. That is a sworn deposition. Okay. You guys, we present, you decide.
Okay. So you guys are the jury. You're staring at what we're staring at. All right. A thumbs up, or let's see here. A one. No, well, I got to be careful. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Chris is trying to figure out how to get everybody's opinion in chat without blowing up the chat.
Perjury, yes. No perjury, no. Just put yes or no. Let's see what the jury says. Oh, well, let me see if I can do a poll. I can't do it.
Okay. They fumble around to get a poll or whatever they're doing. But what do you guys think? This is absolutely wild. Whoops, wrong camera. This is absolutely wild and crazy, right? Oops. So I don't know where this stands. You guys can go watch this whole thing. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Well, good afternoon, Miss Sally H. Good to see you. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Is Scooters here? Where were you? Hey, Scooters. It's good to see you. Let's get some James.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
So he has a really bad history. Is it impossible to think that there's a cover up? Hello, Valerie in Cape Coral. Hope you're staying cool. That there's like more than a cover up here. I mean, I don't want to. Hi, Zooey. I don't want to say anything out of turn, but he's threatened to kill someone in the desert, take him out in the desert, kill him. He's headlocked. He's hurt people. He put a woman on house arrest. Hey, bacon and eggs. There's a cover up and more. I don't know. It just makes me feel funny about it. Not odd that the top dog is crooked, says Steph. Sheriffs are elected. Easy to place their guy in that position. Hey, Ballet Flats.
And then she sent out cease and desist letters too.
Steph has a good point. It's not odd. You're right. Because like that sheriff in Osceola, what a POS he was. And it seems like it's a lot with the sheriffs. You know what I mean? Because of that elected position. You usually see like, I don't know, the sheriff, the mayor, you know, all those positions. Hey, Wake the Bake. Thank you for your super chat. Around 2015, Nanos and his partner went to a Christmas party. His partner raped a woman that night. There's an article. So, oh my God. Really? What was the name? Irish girl ain't messing around. She's like, he's a dirtbag. He's a scumbag. He is a scumbag. Grady Judd. I got Grady Judd. Hold on. He's going to tell you to wake up, though.
Wake up.
We're going to get to Florida. Florida next. Florida is our next stop. So let's close that. And meanwhile, where the hell is Nancy? You know, that's the thing. Where is she? He's a dirtbag drug dealer. Not all departments are bad. Not all. Most cops aren't bad, but bad eggs show up in all areas. That's true. Vale says, speaking of Wake the Bake, be right back. Yeah, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Because now we're, let me make sure I didn't miss anything on X. I think we're going to dive into these missing students now. And then, depending on what time it is, it's almost 3. We may go into the whole White House thing at the end. So if you don't want to talk politics, we'll go through this at the end. But right now, these are the 2 students that went missing from the Tampa Bay area. They went to the University of South Florida in Tampa. Both were extremely brilliant. Very, very, very bright futures ahead of them. And this is Zamil Laman and Nahida Bristy. Now, Zamil was found, this is really gross. In a bag, in a garbage bag, literally in a garbage bag on the Howard Franklin Bridge. And since I'm from here, I'm going to show you on the map what this bridge looks like. I'm sure there's videos of it, but I want to show you from a map. Whoops. Because I like doing maps. I'm the map. I'm featured today. Nice. Hit that like button. That's what gets us featured. That's what gets us featured. All right, let's go to Howard Franklin Bridge. Thank you, Passion for Victims. She always has misinformation. But we are waiting for confirmation on Bristy. So this is the Howard Franklin Bridge. It goes from where I'm at, which is a peninsula, and it takes you into downtown Tampa. So if I zoom out, you're going to see how long the bridge is. I want you guys to get a visual of what this monster did. So they live over here somewhere, okay? And we can look at that later. So this is Tampa. Here's the Tampa airport, the school, okay? And then you have the Howard Franklin. And then you come over here to Pinellas, right? So he was found literally on this bridge in the median. And I'm going to zoom in. On the median in a garbage bag. And you can see here what it looks like down here. We're going to just put our little guy down here. They're always doing construction and shit. So, but in the median was a garbage bag with this guy in it. Okay. So, thank you, Wake the Bake. I love ya. Partake for me. Partake for me. So, this is the Howard Franklin Bridge. Anyways, that is where they found him. And then last night, we're going to go down here. They found, or yesterday, they found human remains. And this right here is our like 911 system. And this says water rescue. And this was at I-75 and northbound 4th Street. So I-275. I don't know if I said 75. So if I go over here, because Howard Franklin is 275. So if we go down to 4th Street, which is towards St. Pete. Okay. That's like near where I get my hair done. Okay, so let's zoom in. So it must have been in the water around this area, right? And again, if you look at the map up here, here's the Howard Franklin. She was found down here. Oh my God, I know, Leo. I think that too when I see garbage bags on the side of the road. But I do think that this, I mean, if you look at the response here, I do believe it was her. I think they're just waiting for ID. So, you know what? Let's get into the documents, the charging documents that we've got here. All right. So the perp was arrested in a towel. And here is the motion for pretrial detention or to deny bond. The defendant is arrested and charged with multiple dangerous crimes that are a capital felony. So here's the facts of what they're charging him with. On October 17th, this is what happened. At approximately 16:39 hours, Omar Hussein, Asian male adult, born on 2/8/1999. I have kids born in 95, 90, 98, and 2000. And this really hits home because my daughter attends this school. Yeah, let me find that video so I can show you guys him getting arrested. I do have it saved. I just have to get past this White House stuff. Hold on. I'm trying to find the exact video. Here it is. Sorry about that. Hold on. Here we go. JB, we got to stand down. Here he is. There he is. I cannot. This is how he came out of the house in a towel. Can you guys see him? Ugh. So he was the roommate of the male. I literally can't. I don't know why he would do this. And then he sits spready. Oh, God. Close your legs. Oh, God. This is the roommate of the missing students. Ugh. I hope they disinfected the little thing he's sitting on. Here's him coming out of the house again. Here he comes. Ugh. Oh my God. Oh. Okay, let's go back to the documents. Gross. So that's Omar Hussein. Okay. He entered the University of South Florida Police Department building and reported that he had not heard from his friend, Nahida. Oh, wait. That's not him. Sorry. Okay, let me start over. That confused me. I'm getting confused with these names. This is a friend. Omar Hussein is a friend of the roommates looking for them. Okay, sorry about that. Getting confused. The arrestee's name is Hisham. I don't know how to say his last name, so I'm just going to call him Hisham. Okay? All right, so on the 17th, Omar, who was a friend of the students, reported he had not seen or heard from his friend Nahida Bristi, Asian female adult, since approximately 10 o'clock on Thursday, April 16th, when he last saw her in person. At approximately 1700 hours on April 16th, Omar attempted to contact Bristi and her phone was off. Omar then attempted to contact their other mutual friend, Zamil, which is the other one that was missing. And Zamil's phone also appeared to be off. A shared school calendar on Outlook was confirmed by Omar to show that Zamil had scheduled to work remotely on the 16th. So he was home. Omar confirmed he last spoke with Zamil on the 16th at about 1500 hours via phone. Omar confirmed he spoke with a professor of Zamil, who confirmed they last saw him on the 15th. Zamil was also scheduled to have a thesis appointment with the same professor on the 18th and didn't show up. Another friend of the group of Zamil and Bristi was confirmed to be Nishat Tasneem. And this is a female. She spoke with Bristi over the phone at about 11:30 on Thursday the 16th. And then again at 14:14, which is 2:14, when Nahida asked Nishat to bring her glasses. So Bristi asked Nishat to bring her eyeglasses. So something happened between 2:14 in 1,700 hours. Because at 1,700 hours, Nishat waited for Bristy, but Bristy never showed. At approximately 17:59, Nishat attempted to call Bristy. The phone rang, but she didn't answer. She attempted numerous additional calls, but all went to voicemail. On Friday, the 17th, Omer responded to Zamil's apartment, located at 13612 Avalon Heights Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, apartment 502. To attempt to locate him there at this point, Omar spoke with a roommate of Zamil, Rashit Raj Mather, who advised he didn't know where Zamil was, as Zamil's scooter was still at the apartment. Zamil's bedroom door was locked and they received no answer when they knocked. Zamil also resided with an additional roommate, Hisham. Yeah, Hisham was born in 99. Ooh, he looks like he's 40. It was confirmed there are 3 bedrooms within the apartment. Zamil's room is labeled A, Rishit's room is B, and Hisham's is C. Each of these bedrooms have their own bathrooms. They only shared common areas. God, this scares me. This scares me. These shared rooms. It's so common nowadays to grab a room. These young kids, students, people that are traveling, streamers, they grab a room and you don't know who in the hell is renting the other room, because this Hisham has a rap sheet a mile long. Robbery, assault. Each of these bedrooms have their own bathrooms. The only shared common areas were the living and kitchen. Each bedroom space also has its own locking door. Hi, Wee. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. On Saturday, April 18th, USF police responded to Bristy's workplace to observe the contents of her office. Several personal items, including her lunchbox and a MacBook, were in the office. A larger bag was also in the office along with an iPad. The Apple iPad showed evidence of numerous messages, to include email, social media applications, and texts on the screen display. The passcode was identified as and confirmed to be 000700, and when attempted, successfully unlocked the iPad. A Facebook Messenger conversation between Zamil and Bristy was located within the contents of the iPad, and it confirmed that Bristy and Zamil had shared locations, which confirmed Bristy was near Fletcher Avenue, and then had audio called Zamil at approximately 12:41 on 4/16. The audio call was approximately 45 seconds in duration. Then a message was sent from Bristy's account to Zamil at 14:39, but was in another language and unconfirmed context. 2 more calls were made by Bristy at 14:42 and 14:52 after the message was sent. Hey, Nanya. USF police reviewed the surveillance footage from campus and confirmed on April 16th at 12:08, Bristy is captured on the interior surveillance cameras as she exited her office building. Bristy wore a light pink long-sleeve shirt, long black loose pants, and what appeared to be sneakers with white bottoms. Additional cameras showed Bristy at 12:09 walk northbound from near her office on campus while holding an umbrella to block the sun, and then she was not captured after that. Detectives would meet with the roommate, Rashit, who advised he last saw Zamil on Wednesday night cooking rice. When Rashit left the apartment at approximately 1 o'clock, Zamil's scooter was still there. Zamil was known to use the scooter as his primary method of transportation. Police conducted exigent phone pings. So they pinged his number, Zamil's. And these are the locations they got. At 1644, it was USF Genstaff Drive in Tampa. 1757, same area. 1943, the area of the Courtney Campbell Causeway. 2025, the area of Sand Key Estates Drive in Clearwater Beach. Oh my God, he was there for an hour. And then he was there in that area of Sand Key Estates in Clearwater. These devices appeared to show the device in the area of Zamil's residence and school, and then began moving away towards the Courtney Campbell before remaining in Clearwater. So a little bit north of the Howard Franklin is the Courtney Campbell. So, and that goes directly into Clearwater. Like that'll take you directly to Clearwater Beach. So no more recent locations or activity were provided for the phone. On April 18th, Hillsborough County Sheriff was notified of the investigation. As Zamil was last seen at his apartment, jurisdiction fell to Hillsborough County for the missing person. Bristy remained a missing person for USF PD, as she was last seen on surveillance while on campus. Yes, the Scientology town. Okay, so Urifiant responded to the University of South Florida Police, conducted an interview with Omer, where the details of the missing persons were confirmed. He had nothing additional regarding the investigation. Access was provided to Zamil's apartment by management, and items were collected for future ID. Several items appeared to be personal items expected to be with Zamil if he was away from his apartment. These included the toothbrush from his bathroom, a gray Dell laptop with charger, Samsung Galaxy phone box with a black case inside, iPhone box with a charger cord inside, receipt, sticky notes, and a presenter's badge from the trash, Bangladesh passport for Zamil, and a pair of black round stud earrings. Hillsborough County detectives interviewed both Rashid and Hisham. Hisham is the suspect. Rashid provided a consistent account of last seeing Zamil on Wednesday, the 15th of April. Hisham denied having any knowledge of Zamil or Bristy's whereabouts. It was noticed, Hisham had a cut to his left pinky finger, and the injury was wrapped. He stated he sustained the injury while cutting onions. Okay, dude. He also confirms he drives a white Hyundai Genesis G80. A vehicle of the same description was in the parking lot with a temporary tag. A query of the tag showed the vehicle was traveling westbound on the Courtney Campbell. What an idiot. Do you know how many cameras there are in this case? Or, in this county? There's cameras everywhere. There's cameras everywhere, guys. Yeah, ChatGPT helped him. Idiot. So anyways, the same route that the phone took, he took with his car. So this gives his path. So he went past the Shepherd's Beach Resort. He was right on the Gulf, guys. He entered the fire station. He's driving all around Clearwater and then back to Tampa, which match Hisham's vehicle in the same area as the phone. So they did a follow-up interview with Hisham. Initially, he advised that Zamil and Bristy had never been in his vehicle, and he lied about going to Clearwater. Throughout the interview, he denied having any involvement in the disappearance of Zamila and Bristy. When confronted about his vehicle being in Clearwater, he stated he went there to look for fishing spots. How many times have we heard this shit? I was looking for a fishing spot. Yeah, it just said he had a Hyundai something. Hisham advised he utilizes the maps on his cell phone to search for fishing spots. When asked to show the location history, he advised he deleted it from his phone. I'm an idiot. After being confronted about his device also showing in Clearwater, Hisham advised he was approached by Zamil and asked to be driven with his girlfriend, Bristy, to Clearwater. So now he's saying, oh, yeah, they were in my car. Hisham did not provide a reason why. He stated he dropped them off and left. While the interview was being conducted, it was apparent Hisham had a cut on his left pinky finger covered by a Band-Aid. When asked how he sustained the injury, he said it was cutting onions. When asked more specifically what he was cooking, he didn't remember. Hisham advised he wrapped it initially with duct tape and toilet paper when it first occurred. Discarded trash was collected from the bin in front of his apartment, and the following items were noted. A CVS receipt for trash bags. Oh, my God. Lysol wipes, Febreze, Funyuns, and Irish Spring body wash. He bought that stuff at 22:47 hours on April 16th. There was also used pieces of silver duct tape within the trash that appeared to have white tissue within and red substance consistent with blood on the tape. The red substance tested presumptive positive for blood. Rashid was asked about the receipt and advised Hisham ordered the stuff to be delivered. When asked about this, Hisham denied purchasing the items and denied having been to CVS. Video surveillance obtained. The purchaser appeared to be a delivery driver. On April 22nd, Eunice responded to Sand Key Park in Clearwater. They conducted an extensive search. A weathered Glock firearm with rounds in the magazine, but not the chamber, were found. The firearm was traced and came back to a subject in Marathon in the Florida Keys. No items of obvious evidentiary value were located. Why don't they name whose gun it was? I wonder. An additional interview with Rashid established he returned home at 2300 hours on Thursday, April 16th, and advised when he returned home the following items were missing from the common area. So the other roommate says there was a black floor mat, pot and pan belonging to Zamil. And remember, they saw him cooking rice. And a white Gatorade or Powerade logo towel from the counter. Oh, my goodness. Avalon Heights management allowed access into Zamil's bedroom. Detectives further examined the contents of the room and noted a pair of women's size 6 Puma sneakers were located on the floor by the doorway. A black umbrella was located on the desk directly to the right of the doorway. So remember, she had the umbrella when she left work. The sneakers were those as worn by Bristy in the footage. The umbrella also appeared to be the same to that being carried by Bristy. Rashid also advised that on the late night of April 16th and the morning of April 17th, Rashid saw Hisham utilize Rashid's gray roller trolley cart to move multiple cardboard boxes from his room to the compactor dumpster on site. Oh my God. When asked about the cart and or boxes, Hisham advised he removed old clothing he no longer wanted. Avalon Heights management was contacted and the dumpster was confirmed to have not been replaced since April 16th, prior to the last known contact for Zamil. The dumpster was relocated to a separate site for a later search. On April 22nd at 20:30, Eurofiant responded to 14616 Glen Circle in Lutz, Florida, and made contact with Haya, the mother of Hisham. So Hisham's a local. His mom is Haya. She was born in 1979. Haya advised she last saw Hisham on Saturday at her house between 2100 and 0000 hours. So during the time they, oh, wow. She said he didn't have a cut on his hand or any other injuries, and he was known to struggle with managing his anger and was violent with family in the past. Okay, so Urifiant confirmed Hisham agreed to follow Urifiant to look at and within his registered Genesis vehicle while it was parked south of his apartment building. It appeared the vehicle had been recently cleaned. Hisham also agreed to accompany Urifiant to show the route he took to drive Zamil and Bristy to Clearwater. When asked which road he took, Hisham advised he utilized the maps on his phone, which he admitted to deleting the location history previously. Hisham provided consent to have the infotainment for the vehicle reviewed, and there appeared to be no data. Why is that? Why was there no data on the infotainment for the vehicle? On April 23rd, a search of the contents of the compactor was conducted, and the following items were located. So in the garbage, black cushion floor mat, tested and presumptively positive for blood, cooking pots and pans, a black wallet was in the same bag as a USF ID badge for Zamil, Chase Star Wars themed Visa card, a Bilt MasterCard for Zamil, and an additional credit card with his name on it, a gray shirt with holes and cuts on it, tempted positive for blood, a light pink iPhone case, consistent with missing person Bristy, gray shorts, tested positive for blood, 3 pairs of socks, 2 white, 1 pair was darked, possibly bleached, all tested presumptively positive for blood, tan slides, right slide, tested positive, glasses that are consistent with Zamil's. The items were swabbed, and those swabs were transported to Pinellas County for further testing, along with a Lotus swab from Hisham and 2 toothbrushes from Bristy, along with a toothbrush for Zamil, to be tested and compared. Additional surveillance footage was obtained from the Sand Key area, which is Clearwater, where it was observed a white Genesis with the same black stripe along the bottom frame and dark tint traveled past the cameras. The video surveillance captured a figure in dark clothing walk from the Sand Key Sailing Marina and out of camera view at the bottom of where the bridge meets the sidewalk. Based on the totality of the circumstances, evidence collected, interviews conducted, probable cause was established to obtain search warrants for the following. So they got search warrants for the residence where they all lived. The 3 guys lived. A vehicle search warrant for Hisham's car. A search warrant to obtain photographs of Hisham. Cell phone warrant for his phone. They were all signed by the judge, Honorable Judge Denise Pomponio. So they went back to the apartment and conducted an additional interview with Hisham. The passcode to his phone was obtained, and it was confirmed to be 4821. Hisham denied having any involvement in the disappearance of Zamil and Bristy and advised they were both alive when he dropped them off. Hisham advised he returned home after having dropped them off and did not go anywhere else. While warranted photographs were being obtained, a laceration covered by a tan Band-Aid was observed on his upper tricep area. When the Band-Aid was removed, it was apparent it was a newly sustained wound due to the flesh around the cut being pink and lacked scabbing. This injury was photographed, along with additional lacerations on his left and right legs, and the left pinky injury was photographed too. A search of the residence was conducted. Small areas of apparent blood evidence was observed in the hallway leading to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bedroom belonging to Hisham. There was staining noted on the carpet floor of Hisham's bedroom. All but 3 areas of blood evidence were tested with phenolphthalein and were presumptively positive for blood. An enhancement agent was applied to the bloody areas, and a significantly broader pattern of blood was observed from the entry foyer through the kitchen into the hallway and towards Hisham's bedroom. The area was all positive for blood. In Hisham's bedroom, there were 2 distinct patterns on the floor, which appeared to have been relatively human-sized shape. This was saturated into the carpet and presumptively positive for blood. The enhanced blood areas had patterns consistent with smearing and dragging. Under Hisham's bed was a box of 3 rolls of heavy-duty black trash bags. These were similar to the bag containing the items collected from the compactor. Duct tape was located in Hisham's bathroom, and this was similar to the trash from the compactor. Good God, what did this guy do? In Zamil's room, a small bunny clutch coin purse was on a desk. That was Bristy's. The purse contained an ID for Bristy, as well as credit cards with the same name. This further suggested Bristy was at the apartment prior to her going missing. Hisham's phone was collected and brought back to the Criminal Investigations Division. A forensic download was conducted and a timeline for the incident time frame was obtained. The tag reads and surveillance footage was consistent with the known locations. Additional location history along with history from the phone was discovered and documented as the following. On April 7th, Hisham ordered duct tape from Amazon. Dude, this was planned? Oh my goodness gracious. The fuck? Wait, what day did they go missing? 16th, right? Let me see what y'all are saying. No, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Hey, you're in Fort Myers. Nice. Dude, this was like so planned. Whew, I didn't realize that till now. Okay, so on the 7th of April, he ordered duct tape from Amazon. On the 11th of April, he ordered fire starter, charcoal, trash bags, and lighter fuel. DoorDash for Lysol wipes, Febreze, etc. also observed on the download. On April 13th at 9:16 p.m., he asked ChatGPT, what happens if a human has a put in a black garbage bag and thrown in a dumpster? ChatGPT answers, it sounds dangerous. And he sends another message. How would they find out? April 15th at 10:04 p.m., he asked ChatGPT, can a VIN number on a car be changed? On April 15th, he asked ChatGPT at 10:13 at night, can you keep a gun at home without a license? On April 15th, he asked ChatGPT, so can I keep one at home legally if I don't have a license? On April 15th, he purchased a fake beard from Amazon. Oh my God, this is creepy. A fake beard. Nancy Guthrie, anyone? ChatGPT, oh my God. Smoke him if you got him, folks. This is a lot. Okay. Stay with me, people. At 21:41 on the 16th, his phone is back at the Avalon Heights complex. Between 21:42 and 21:43, he parks at the apartment complex. At 22:24, a DoorDash order for $32.10, paid for by Discover, was made to be picked up at CVS. At CVS, DoorDash sent a picture to his phone for confirmation of delivery. On April 16th at 23:31, Hisham received a missed call from Rashid, which was the other roommate. April 16th at 23:32, then the Hisham gets a message from the roommate. Hi, Sean, did you take the moving cart from the living room? On April 17th, just after midnight, he asked ChatGPT, are cars checked at the Hillsborough River State Park? On April 17th at 1:02 a.m., the phone connects to the Genesis Bluetooth car system. On the 17th at 1:04, he was by the Avalon Heights apartment. At 1:06, he's heading out. At 1:07, he exits the complex. At 1:27, the phone was on the Howard Franklin Bridge. And this is where it gets disgusting, right? This is where we had action on the bridge that morning during rush hour, no less. That, you know, they were diving in the water. And I have a video of that. Hold on one second. Here it is. Hold on. Let's pull this up real quick. Here's the bridge, and then they were diving in the water after finding that bag that day. But let's watch that again. So there's that video, and then let me see if I have another one. Here he is. This is the suspect here. I mean, doesn't even look bothered by it, does he? And why would he order a fake beard? Did he order like a longer beard? No, sorry, we're on the missing USF students. They found the guy on the bridge, and then they found a body yesterday, but we haven't confirmed it's him. So let's go up here, or confirmed it's her. This is yesterday. There was a water rescue at 4th Street North and 275, and it says forensic units will be responding, and this was yesterday, which was Sunday. So I'm sure we'll get confirmation at some point today on this. Let me see if I have anything else on this. Yeah, here's another one 18 hours ago. Human remains recovered. Hillsborough County Sheriff, along with Pinellas County Sheriff, have recovered human remains from the waterways in the area of Interstate 275 and 4th Street North. Positive ID on the remains has not been determined at this time. The body is in possession of the Pinellas County Medical Examiner's office. So I'm assuming they found her. They're just going through the process. So let's go back to, we have a statement from both families to read too after this. So let's breeze through these so we can get to that statement. So they have him on the bridge. He stops at the bridge. And the phone connects to the Bluetooth again. The phone flashlight application turned on at 1:34. At 1:34 and 16 seconds, the phone flashlight turns off. No, that's Polk County. That's in the middle of the state. Then the phone went to Roosevelt Boulevard, God, which is right down the road from me. And then it went eastbound on the Howard Franklin Bridge, and they have the exact coordinates and everything. Then at 1:46, he turned on the flashlight again. And then at 1:49, the car starts moving, or the phone starts moving eastbound again towards Tampa. And then at 2:09, he gets back to the apartment. Look at this. And on April 17th at 2:12, the activity recorder for his phone showed he took 289 steps. They can even narrow it down to how many steps you've taken. I mean, we knew this, but it's just crazy, right? Then at 3:21, so he's gone from 2:12 in the morning to 3:21 in the morning, and he's back in the car. Then he drives back by the dumpster at the apartments at 3:21 in the morning. He's at the dumpster. And then you fast forward to 3:27. He's leaving the apartment again. He's on I-275. He passed Roosevelt Boulevard again. And at 3:58, he gets off at North 22nd Avenue. The phone turned right, going west. He turned around east of 25th Street and turned east onto 22nd. They got him to the T. Right, and here Tucson doesn't have cameras. Oh, people don't want them. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. So then the phone stops near the underpass at 4:01. And then at 4:10, he's getting back on the Howard Franklin Bridge. And then at 4:13 a.m., he's stopped on the Howard Franklin again. And the phone disconnects from the car, right? So that means he's walking away from the car at some point. So he's away from the car for a minute, and then a minute later, it connects to the car, then it disconnects. Disconnects, and then it connects again at 4:19, 4:20, it disconnects, 4:21. I mean, this goes on and on. Until 4:21, the phone starts moving north on I-275. And that's what I showed you on the map, was I-275. Okay? So that's on the 17th. Then we're on the 19th. We're 2 days later now in this complaint. On the 19th, at 6:57, he asks ChatGPT, has there been someone who survived a sniper bullet to the head? On April 19th, my watch just answered me. Stop it. My watch just answered me. She said, I found this on the web. Anyways, will my neighbors hear my gun? Same day at 5:26. Same day at 5:28. Will Apple know who is the new iPhone user after the previous user? ChatGPT, same day, 10:20 at night. Or 10:20 in the morning, rather. This is all in the morning. Sorry. Is there a water temperature that burns immediately? This is the case of the missing USF students in Tampa. The one guy was found on the bridge. Another body was found yesterday. We don't have confirmation if it's the girl, Bristy. But this is the criminal complaint, and this is a case here near me in Tampa. Will the neighbors hear my gun? 5:28 a.m. Will Apple know who the new iPhone user is? 10:20 a.m. Is there a water temperature that burns immediately? And April 21st at 22:39, an order was placed for Neosporin from DoorDash. On the 23rd, he asked ChatGPT, what does missing endangered adult mean? They classified these kids as missing, and then they upped it to missing endangered. And we know now from reading the beginning of this that he was being interviewed multiple times. So he was like, uh-oh, what does missing endangered mean? Right, was he going to boil them? What the fuck? There's pots and pans missing? Dude, what did this guy do? I'm almost afraid to know. Detectives responded to the Howard Franklin Bridge and searched the area provided in the download. There was nothing located at the intersection of North 22 Avenue. And then they had the longitude and latitude of coordinates, and it was a specific point on the map which they traveled to. The exact location, oh my goodness, yielded a black garbage bag on the west side of the northbound traffic. There was an associated odor consistent with decomp. This guy was not a student. He was a felon living with students. These students should have never been subjected to this mofo. The bag was also similar to the bags found under Hisham's bed and in the compactor. Crime scene responded along with Pinellas County Medical Examiner's office. The bag was transported to a secondary location to preserve the evidence. Yeah, right? Cape Coral? This guy's a sick fuck. Crime scene responded along with Pinellas County Medical Examiner's office. The bag was, okay, I read that. A male decedent was located within numerous black utility trash bags and was in an advanced stages of decomp. Through latent print comparisons from his visa application, Zamil was positively identified as the decedent. Bristy was not located at the time of the search warrant, but was believed to have been disposed in a similar way to Zamil. Areas of trauma were observed on the torso of the deceased male. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is terrible. This is awful. And the legs were deeply lacerated at the hip to permit folding of the legs into the bag. The wrists and ankles appeared to be bound, and the body was nude. Fucking horrible. To Zamil's family, I am so sorry on behalf of America. I am so sorry. This is bullshit. The autopsy was conducted at the Pinellas County Medical Examiner's office. The attending medical examiner confirmed Zamil had sustained numerous lacerations, stab wounds. Zamil sustained 2 lacerations on the right lower abdomen, approximately 2 centimeters deep. Another stab wound was located to the left of his belly button, just above the left thigh, 1 centimeter deep. There was also a stab wound to the lower back area, 10 centimeters deep, and perforated the liver. The manner of death was ruled a homicide, and the cause was due to multiple sharp force injuries. Fuck. Results were received for the swabs sent to Pinellas County, in which it confirmed swabs from the black kitchen mat in the compactor developed a female profile. The female profile was compared to the toothbrush from Bristy's bathroom, and they were 390 octillion times more likely to be a match to each other than any other individual. The gray t-shirt swabs were a male profile. The results were compared to a toothbrush from Zamil's bathroom, and they were him. That was his t-shirt. Why was he naked? What the freak? Throughout the investigation, law enforcement has maintained contact with Bristy's family. At no point since April 16th have any family members or friends reported hearing or seeing from her. Her phone records have no additional outgoing calls since April 16th. Video surveillance of the campus and path for travel for Hisham's vehicle have been reviewed without any sightings of Bristy. She has not attended class since April 16th. Some of the most basic essentials of her daily life as a grad student, her school ID, laptop, credit cards, and even the shoes she was wearing before arriving to Zamil's apartment remain left behind and untouched. Furthermore, blood is intermingled in the blood evidence of Zamil who is known to law enforcement to be murdered and dead as a result of multiple stab wounds and considerable lacerations. Shortcake, it's like 15 minutes away from me, if that. No evidence has been uncovered during the course of this investigation to support any probability that Bristy remains alive. Maybe 10 minutes. It's super close. Based on the totality of the circumstances, everything that we just read would show that Hisham utilized a bladed instrument to fatally wound Zamil and Bristy multiple times, causing their death. He then utilized various cleaning supplies to clean the scene and concealed Zamil in a large black utility trash bag, which were pre-purchased. The body of Zamil was on the left side of the bridge. Hisham also discarded personal items which belonged to Zamil and Bristy in the compactor. Hisham's cell phone places him in the areas of both the victim's cellular devices as well as the area of Zamil's body. So here they're asking him to be held without bond. So I don't know if there's been a decision, but that is, it's absolutely horrible. So my question is, how in the world did this housing work? You know what I mean? Let's go over to the statement from, gosh, I keep clicking the wrong one. Okay, let's read this. Joint statement from both families seeking justice for Zamil and Bristy. So it says, we respectfully request the attention and support of the university and concerned authorities regarding the following matters. Islamic funeral rites. So this is from the families together, both of their families. And, you know, we always have this university stuff where things are swept under the rugs and shit like that. And I don't know if this will stand. I don't know, but this is what they're asking for. Not too much to ask. Islamic funeral rites. We request that the bodies of Zamil and Bristy. Now, they did an autopsy. So I don't know if that is against Islamic culture to do that. I don't know what their belief is on that, but I don't know. But anyways, they're asking that they be handled in accordance with Islamic rituals and funeral requirements and request that the university provide the necessary time, coordination, and support to ensure this is done properly. We request that the university take appropriate legal action against Avalon Heights. So they want the university to sue the apartments. Listen to this. We have come to know that Avalon Heights is a university-registered off-campus housing facility. Here we are. Again, it's like Idaho 4, off-campus facility. Therefore, we believe it is important to investigate why a roommate was assigned without proper background checks or without informing the residents of any relevant concerns. Why does Avalon Heights not have proper CCTV camera coverage? Why were the security systems not strong enough to protect its residents? Even after complaints were made, why was no strong action taken? Why was the individual not removed from the residence or handled with proper urgency? Complaints were made. 3, justice and legal support. We demand the highest possible punishment under the law for Hisham, along with anyone else who may be connected, and request that the legal process move forward as quickly as possible. We also request that the university ensure that the law is not misused to delay or weaken the case. The university should remain actively involved in monitoring the court proceedings until the end and provide necessary legal and financial support to the families. Return of personal belongings. We request that all belongings of Zamil and Bristy, including their mobile phones, laptops, clothing, accessories, documents, and other personal items, be carefully collected, documented, and returned to their families in Bangladesh, exactly as they were found. So this is where I think it's going to be sticky, because with investigations, look at how long they held the bodies of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Look how long they hold phones, clothing, documents, personal items. Look at the Idaho 4 years. And there was no trial. So they want it returned to their families exactly as they were found, without being altered, hidden, or tampered with. The university and police authorities should ensure this process is completed properly. I don't think that's doable. We request that any remaining bank balances, pending stipends, salaries, benefits, or other financial dues belonging to Zamil and Bristy be properly transferred to their respective families. Since both families were financially dependent on them, we also request that the university arrange financial support for their families and an open and official channel through which people can contribute. So these kids were supporting their families? To honor the memory of Zamil and Bristy and to help prevent such tragedies in the future, we request that USF establish a memorial in their names. We request the university authority to ensure that their memory is preserved with dignity and respect. We sincerely hope that the concerned authorities will treat these requests with the highest priority, compassion, and responsibility. Well, that's what it says. We request that any remaining bank balances, pending stipends, salaries, benefits, or other financial dues belonging to Zamil and Bristy be properly transferred to their respective families. Since both families were financially dependent on them, we also request that the university arrange financial support for their families. They're in Bangladesh. I mean, I've never heard of that. I think what they're asking for is they're not going to get it. Hey, Penny, I hope everything's okay. Yeah, they're not going to get it. So the families in Bangladesh were living off these students. The university is not going to pay them. It's just not going to work that way. It is very sad, but it's not going to work that way for them. I don't think it's going to go the way they want it to. Because they come from a poor country, I guess. Oh my God, Jammer, why? Your dog looks like my dog Shotzi that I had when I was little. They also want the university to set up a GoFundMe. Why don't they set up their own? Yeah, they're not going to pay them. And they want the college to sue the apartments. They're probably going to have to sue the apartments. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go the way they want. I wonder if it's because they can't. Yeah, they probably can't afford to even come here. It's really sad. And these poor kids just came here to get a fucking education and have a career. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, they do have a responsibility on this housing thing. But the university can't sue for them. No, I didn't. Thank you, White Lotus. I didn't see an interview with the brother. This is the scene yesterday near 4th Street and the Howard Franklin Bridge. So, oh God, a woman who was paddleboarding found what could be Bristy yesterday. This is the video. Start it over. This is yesterday. I mean, I would feel so helpless if I was in Bangladesh and my kid was here and I had no means to do shit. It's really a scary thought. We need to do better, America. I mean, maybe a lawyer will contact them and help them out. You know what I mean? Yeah, this was yesterday. Florida deputies hard at work. And that's that. Doing something. Okay. Let's see. What else did we miss? Let's see if we missed anything else. Where can I find the interview? Oh, this is his. Oh, this is her brother. You know what? I did see it. I did see the interview with her brother. It was before that. It was when they were missing, though, right? He's from here. He's from Tampa. So watch this. You Google him, Lindsay Hendricks. He's been a shithead his whole life. Go to images. You get past, well, you used to. Ooh, look at, there you go, Lindsay. This is for you, Lindsay Hendricks. Not to be mistaken with Susan Hendricks. I mean, it's a sad situation. I want this guy to pay the price. You know what I mean? Like, wonder if he had a hearing today. Let me check. You guys take a look at that. Okay, let's see. Did he have a hearing? I'm not seeing anything on that. Oh, wait a second. Here's something an hour ago. The brother of Zamil says that Zamil filed a complaint against his roommate. Oh, man. Fuck. You guys. Zamil, the poor kid that was murdered, filed a complaint against his roommate for his unsocial, unpleasant, and sort of psychopathic behavior. End quote. The victims' families claim the concerns were not taken seriously by the housing facility. Hang on. Here's him and his brother. This is sad. He tried. Look at Zamil's roommate, 26-year-old Hisham, was arrested by Hillsborough County Sheriff in a separate domestic violence situation. Wow. I miss everything about him. His smile, his anger, his fight with me, said his brother Zubar. I remember everything. Yeah, I just wanted to know people that he is very hardworking, kind, and full of dreams. The two students were close friends who talked about having a future together, but were not officially dating. Yeah, that's him and his brother. Here's more photos. He looks like such a good kid. Such a nice kid. He should have been safe. According to his brother, the victim was not close to Hisham, but made others aware of the suspect's behavior before his death. This included Avalon Heights off-campus student housing center where they lived. He barely knew Hisham, but he always informed us that his roommate is kind of unsocial, unpleasant, and sort of psychopathic behavior. And he and another roommate, Indian roommate Rashid, filed a complaint against him. It's very unfortunate or unbelievable that Avalon Heights didn't consider it seriously or took necessary steps. So, like, I'm sure this other roommate, Rashid, is like, oh my God. The victims' families, look at that toenail, gross. The victims' families requested that Bristi and Lamon's remains be handled in accordance with Islamic rituals. The families demanded anyone connected to their deaths be brought to justice. And the families called for legal action against Avalon Heights in the statement. We read that. The families also accused Avalon Heights of assigning a roommate to Lamone without proper background checks or informing them of relevant concerns. He said it's very difficult for international students or students in general to check everyone's background. Oh, okay. They do have a family member here. Ahmed said his aunt is in Florida to represent the family during the criminal investigation and transportation of the victim's remains. So they have an aunt here. I can't believe they approved of him being there either. Avalon Heights. Let's see what else. But yeah, I was looking at his old mugshots. Hold on. They're probably all buried now. We looked them up when this first happened. Yeah, here's an older one. Here's an older mugshot right here. Let's see. Yeah, it's not coming up anymore because of everything else. But I looked up his record. He had robbery. He had assault. He also got a speeding ticket for going 30 miles over the speed limit. April 28th. Thank you. So tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. pretrial hearing. Okay. It could have been a sublease, but they still should be checking if they're contracted with the college, right? There should be some kind of background check. But Hisham is from here. I believe he was born here because his mama lives here. His mom lives in Lutz. So let's go Hisham. Let's do this. Because he probably lived with mama. Did he work? How do you pay his bills? Let's see if he lived in Lutz. Oh, here's a statement from the University of South Florida. That was before they were found. Hogwash. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This is all his charges. Hang on. Domestic violence, battery, false imprisonment, tampering with evidence, failure to report a death, unlawfully moving a human body, and 2 counts of murder. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's about it. we're waiting to find out if she was found. I don't know if there's been any updates today. Pinellas County. Oh, you like it big like that? The screen, that is? Oh, what's this?
We're not even trying anymore. It's not even like, I just mean like they're not even like Secret Service people. It's like the girls who work here are holding the door.
Oh my God, reporters are laughing about the lack of security. So he's going to be in there tomorrow for pretrial. I doubt they're going to give him bond. I mean, he's going to sit. But let me see this. Thank you for the information, too. Pinellas County Jail. Did it say in there? I might have missed it because when I'm reading, I don't always comprehend. But just call me Trisha.
These nuts.
But did they say how long these guys have been residing with each other? Because it sounds like he filled out a complaint. Wow, there's nothing in there on him. That's weird. Anyways, it sounded to me. Coburger vibes. You just looked up and it's like IMAX. I know usually I have it smaller, right? So at this point, I mean, I really don't have any more on this. This is pretty much all I can find. Whew, that was a lot, but it's only 4:00. If you guys want to go into some of the White House stuff, or if you want to save it and do it in another stream, I totally understand. It's been a minute. But there was a couple things I wanted to look at. The guy in the towel, I can't. But yes, I will follow this case as it proceeds and see what's, going down. You guys say, let's do it? All right. These nuts. I saved a bunch of stuff, guys, so bear with me, okay? Okay. All right. So we're going to move into our government BS segment. Hold on. Oh, yeah, Marcy, you're my girl. She always reminds me to.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Get your snacks, guys. Yeah, dude, it's way too close. Like, oh, no. But yeah, they still have not. I just Googled it. Give me 1 second. But I just Googled it, and they have not yet confirmed who the body was. Okay. Okay, so here is an update on the suspect. This is our first update. This is a short clip from CNN. Details are emerging about the suspect accused of attempting to breach the security. Let's listen. Apparently, he's not making things easy. Oops.
We know that he traveled from Los Angeles to Chicago and then Chicago to D.C. It appears he traveled by train during both those legs of his trip and checked into the Washington Hilton a couple days ago on the 24th. And then obviously attempted to breach the perimeter last night and was quickly subdued.
Okay, so Hooker was our first segment today. We had 3 segments. We had Hooker, then we had Guthrie, then we had the USF students, and now we're on the White House government BS. Yes, this is our government BS section. This is a follow-up to our live stream on Saturday. We were live covering this. So here we go.
Is he talking to law enforcement, or is this information that you got through other means?
It's information we primarily got from other means. So we've already started talking to folks who knew him. We've already started going through the evidence that we collected. It's been 12 hours, so this is not something that is over. It's just starting, but that's where we are this morning.
Is he talking?
No, I mean, he's not. I expect he'll be charged tomorrow morning in federal court with 2 counts in a complaint. We are not viewing him as cooperating necessarily right now, although we'll see what happens going forward. But as of now, he is. I expect he's a defendant, and he will be charged tomorrow morning with 2 counts: assault of a federal officer and using a firearm during a crime of violence, which is that underlying assault. Whether there will be more charges when he's indicted in the coming days and weeks is left to be seen, depending on what we learn from the evidence that we gathered last night and that we'll continue to gather over the next couple days.
So he's not cooperating. He's not talking. He said not cooperating. So the U.S. Secret Service and Montgomery County Police interviewed the suspect's sister at their residence in Rockville, Maryland. She said her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric referenced a plan to do something. She also said that Allen had purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun from Cap Tactical Firearms and kept them stored at their parents' home, adding that their parents had not been aware that Allen was storing firearms there, according to the White House. So his sister knew he was storing guns and parents didn't. I'm not diving deep into this group, but if you follow Chillinois on here, on X, Chillinois is going deep into the group that he was a member of. I will show you a little bit of that. But first I want to show you this is a clearer video of the incident. Okay, because we only had like the monitor footage that night. Now we've got IMAX footage. Here, let's correctly place this so we can see it all. I don't know. This is CapCut AI, so I'm not really sure, but I think they AI'd it. It says CapCut AI, but let's watch it. He was discharged with 3 counts, more to come. I think that someone put this in AI to clear it up. Totally, because it says CapCut AI. So just so you know, this is an AI rendition of the blurry video. To give you a better view of how it went down. Yeah, you can tell it's AI. But this must be the dude that was shot here, right? Hold on, let's watch that again. My question is, though, why was this guy here kneeled down over here? What was he kneeled down waiting for? Do you guys see that? I'm looking at y'all in chat.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
See him crouch down? This is AI, but we'll compare it to the real one, which was really small. Yeah, AI's got it all fucked up. Let me get off that, because that's going to... See, this says, this is an AI-enhanced video of the original. The creator stated AI made up things to fill in the gaps, so that it might be inaccurate. Okay, thank you for letting us know. So that was AI. AI added things in. So don't look at the crouching and all that. Nope. That was too AI. That was AI. Ignore that. Forget we watched it. It's not accurate. Just erase that from your minds. We'll watch it here. I was like, wait a minute, that's too much. I want to know what was going on before the shots were fired. What was this all about? What was this note thing? And she's like, oh, this girl over here is like, oh my God, why do they have the looks like that? Exactly, Leo. This is another question I have. What was on this thing? What were they like? What was this about? He was predicting a baby's name? What? You were, Survey? Oh, that's the mentalist. Oh, so he was doing some kind of game with them, probably. And that's when the shots are fired. Trump said, and that was the band kept playing. Where's the original video? They lied with their source. Yeah, it's not even on this page. Liars. Okay, we're going to watch 60 Minutes as well. We're going to review that. Hopefully I don't get dinged. Let me see what else. Melania looking petrified as he looks up after the shots. Yeah, he's the mentalist. I heard many thought it was the tray. Really? Okay, so more about the shooter. Cole Allen spewed anti-Christian and anti-Trump rhetoric on his social media accounts, said he wanted to target the Trump admin in his manifesto. We'll get to that as well. Oh, here's Hisham in front of a Florida judge. Sorry. We got to go out of turn. This is Towel Man.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Hold on. It's real quick. This is Towel Man. I forgot I had his initial arraignment. Dang it. Sorry, we're just going out of order just a hair here. This is only a minute long.
Call up the first case, Hisham Abu Garbi, Falkenberg and Orient. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Michael Rivera, Office of Public Defender at Orient Road, off camera.
All right. And do I have Hisham Abu Garbi here?
He's present. I think he's off to the side, Your Honor.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Mr. Abu Garbi, you have been charged with...
And Your Honor, I'll waive the reading of the charges, please.
Okay. Thank you. Court finds, let's see, can I see, do we have a criminal report affidavit? Thank you. All right, I'm reviewing the criminal report affidavit. What says the state?
Your Honor, the court should have, I believe, 3 CRAs.
Correct.
Yes, 3 CRAs. Regarding, may I approach the bench?
You may. All right, excellent. And state's filing a motion for pretrial detention. We will set that in front of Judge Murphy. Can I get a court date, please?
Yes, Your Honor. That's going to be April 28th at 9 a.m., Division O, Courtroom 13.
And Judge, for the record, the defendant will be held without bond.
Held without bond until the pretrial detention motion has been heard before Judge Murphy. Thank you.
And Judge, the other charges will also be addressed at that time.
And all charges will be addressed at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was his arraignment, and then tomorrow. Sorry, I don't feel complete if I leave it half done. Okay, so let's see what else. Oh, we have news on Cash. He admitted to 2 alcohol-related arrests. We got more. Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't miss nothing, guys. Hold on. You guys are so patient. Okay. Go to bookmarks. Okay, hold up, guys. Oh, you guys want to watch this again? Here, we'll do a palate cleanser while I look for the video. Here you go.
You're gonna be here a while.
And jump.
Yeah.
Get him hurt. Oh, got that on tape too.
It was above the belt, all right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh, even better.
When they hold him up, you should pull the pants up.
I would like to welcome students, teachers, and staff back to school and have a safe and fun school year. I can't see a thing. Well, maybe I'll just go down there and investigate it myself. Wow, where am I? This doesn't look like Pima County. Well, let's go then.
Okay.
Have a fun Halloween and stay safe, Pima County. Hi, I'm Sheriff Chris Nanos.
You're gonna be here a while.
And jump.
Yeah.
Get him hurt. Oh, got that on tape too.
It was above the belt, all right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh, even better.
When they hold him up, you should pull the pants up.
Oh my God, what a doofus. Total doofus. Okay, so let's get these closed out. And let's pull this up. This is our next order of business, guys. If you hate them, smoke one. I don't know what to tell you, but we're watching this shit show. You guys ready? 60 minutes.
60 minutes overtime.
Actually, we're not going to watch that long one. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. We're going to watch this clip of that. The Hinkley Hilton. Okay? We're going to fast forward past this shit. Okay, here we go.
Of the gunman.
I'm going to have to pause a lot because I will get dinged. Smoke him if... Okay, so he said I read the manifesto. So I'm going to read you the manifesto right now. This is Cole Allen's manifesto in full. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but I could have seen any other way to get this close. But if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago. But this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. They are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service. They are targets only if necessary, and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible, a.k.a. I hope they're wearing body armor, because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security. Not targets at all, if possible, a.k.a. unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. Less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets, if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. So, he's got all these objections and rebuttals. Oh my God. Let's keep listening to the interview and I'll read more of this as we go. He's got objection 1, rebuttals to objections. And it's just weird. Second. I need to pull up this transcript. I just read something. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. The fluff. Trump. Let's get to the nitty gritty. You ready? This is the best part of the interview. I haven't actually watched it myself yet, but we're going to watch it together. Here we go. Let me close that. Okay, here we go. You ready, Hossein? This is normal speed and some true colors. And to be honest with you, it makes my skin crawl.
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
I don't like it. Release the files. Can you imagine him in private? Eeny weeny, teeny weeny. I have always respected my president. I've always respected who the president was when it was Obama. I wasn't a fan of Obama, but I respected him. This here, reality show meets president, I feel just, I don't like it. I don't like it. It makes me feel sick inside. Let's watch that segment again. She's just asking about the fucking manifesto. She didn't write the manifesto. She didn't write the manifesto. This guy did. And he said it. I read it to you. She was reading from the manifesto, not from her mind. That wasn't her question. She was reading from the manifesto and asked for his opinion. Yeah, I'll read it again. Cole Allen Manifesto. Maybe he just wants to kick her in the pussy. You know, I overlooked that stupid shit. But this kind of stuff right in my face, I can't overlook. I'm sorry. If you want to unsubscribe, you can. I'm just trying to find the exact verbiage. Okay, here it is. He's, quote, a citizen of the United States of America. This is from the shooter. And he, quote, no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. It doesn't even say Trump. Okay? But he bing bong, Flo. That's what's got me. He automatically assumed it was him.
Bing bong.
He was exonerated and all this bullshit, but he thinks it was him. Okay. I can't get behind someone who lies. I just can't. Care who you are. I don't care if you're the president of the United States of America. I don't like people that are disrespectful to women. I don't like this. And you shouldn't like it either.
Because he was...
You know what? I don't know why it took me so long to see through this stuff, but I see through it now, you guys. I can't unsee it once your eyes are open.
Ski Utah.
He can't even let her finish. He cut her off. So the guy wrote that, you know, he couldn't believe there was like no security, right? That it was so easy for him to, you know, get in. But she's going to go on to say, like, sir, you've had two potential assassinations. Cuts her off. And then goes, well, he was pretty incompetent too. He got cut. He got cut pretty easy. I mean, what?
A baseball team that won the game 18-0 and say they should have played better. Those guys did.
Then we go to a sports metaphor.
Did a good job last night.
I'm a Trump lover. Yeah, Donna.
Now, do they make adjustments? They do. They learn. They make adjustments. We're living in a different world with the internet than we had years ago. But even years ago, it was very dangerous. I mean, just ask Honest Abe Lincoln. Pretty dangerous. And but we are living a very, you know, the internet, I think maybe more than anything else, it's radicalized some people.
He talked about Abe Lincoln in the speech after the thing, too. It's like, what? Apple Snapple. It's so good to see you. How are you?
It's made people mentally sick. It's also a great thing. It's a phenomenal thing. We're the leader in it. We're the leader in AI.
Listen, I respect everybody's things, too. I don't care what you think. But don't tell me I'm a Trump lover. I don't love any of these people.
The leader in it. We're the leader in AI. It's a great thing, but you'll always find problems. But it's a different.
He's about to insult her again. Listen.
Age. It's a very different time. No, I'm not a king. I get it. I don't laugh. I see these no kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that. Southern Law is financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups, and then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK, and yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. It's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded by the Southern Law. That was a Southern Law deal, too. And it was done to make me look bad, and it turned out to be a total fake. It basically was a rigged election. This was a part of the rigging of the election, and that's what you really should be doing. I mean, I hope one of your 60-minute episodes, which really hasn't changed very much from the last few years, I'm surprised, but one of those episodes...
I mean, he just sits here he's just so, not likable.
Should be on Southern Law.
His fucking lips. I just can't.
and the fact that they spent millions and millions of dollars on absolute far right and just bad groups. And then they'd use those groups and they'd say, these are Republican groups and we're coming to your rescue. And they're the ones that have funded it and they're the ones that keep them going.
And if you think that this man does not divide us, you're wrong. And I'm sorry, I hate to say that. I love you, but you're wrong because you just heard him say, oh, your people on that side. That's just furthering the division. As all that does is further the division. Both sides do it. No, you don't have to unsubscribe, but if you go back to the beginning, we did the good, bad, and the ugly, and people were unsubscribing because I was critical of Trump. So, I mean, I don't like anybody, so just consider me just the asshole in the room who just doesn't like anyone, okay? So don't hold anything against me that anybody does. I hate them all. How about that? That just makes it very blanket. Right. I mean, we can agree to disagree. I can hate somebody and you can love them. It's neither here nor there. But you have to recognize the divisiveness. He's not the only one that does it. They all do it. They just use different tactics. His just happens to be more in your face. They all have tactics. So we can all agree to get along and have differing thoughts. At the end of the day, they're all puppets. Puppets with a lot of secrets and a lot of money to hide them.
Pretty sad. Do you think it's pretty sad, Nora?
The allegations and the indictment
They're
laid
not just
out
allegations.
was an indictment
These
laid
are
out by
facts, okay? These are facts. I mean, they have checks to the Ku Klux Klan and many others, and then they're saying how bad they are and blaming the Republican Party and Republicans. These are not just allegations, but go ahead.
Well, as you know, sir, you've been accused of things and we're able to go to a court of law and adjudicate them. So allegations and indictment.
After 5 years, that's true. It takes you about 5 years.
I do want to talk about that.
Well, I've also won a lot of money from fake news media where they write falsely about me, and not that I want to sue people because I don't, but I bring lawsuits against the fake news. I brought lawsuits against your network, and you paid me $38 million because you did something that was so horrible. With Kamala, you put an answer down that wasn't responsive to the question.
Can we talk about what happened at the dinner? I mean, really? This is all tit for tat. Shame, shame, shame. I'm going to shame you. I'm going to shame you because you can't fight back. You have to sit there and take it. Ugh.
Question, because her real answer was so bad, it was election threatening. And you paid me a lot of money. You tried to pull one off. It was terrible. It was a terrible thing that you did. And, you know, when you say, can we all get along? You can, but when people do things like that, how about the BBC, where the BBC has me, actually AI, they have me saying a horrible statement. Yeah. I said, I never said that. It turned out they gave me a little AI treatment where they have my lips speaking words of hate, tremendous hate that I never said. They don't know what to do. They've admitted they're wrong. They just...
Oh, my God. Now we have the president bringing up AI. Oh, my God. See, we should not be questioning if the shit's coming out of your mouth. That's the first problem. The first problem, Trump, is that people believe it because you do dumb shit like this. No, he would not, Penny. Mary J. Blige. Very defensive little man. He's a very defensive little man.
Wake up.
Just don't know what to do. They actually have me making a major statement, and it wasn't me. It was my face. It was my lips. My lips were perfectly in sync with the words.
Oh, God, then it probably was him. For fuck's sake. Look at... Can we get a body language expert in here? Come on. Oh, my God, he is Felicia. It's like Lauren Matthias. Thank you so much, Flo. He's only doing what he wanted to at the dinner. Poor me. Thank you for your super chat. It was my face. It was my lips. It was perfectly in sync. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
It was my face. It was my lips. My lips were perfectly in sync with the words. I said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So
I hear you, Mr. President.
So then when you say, can you get along? I can get along with anybody, but if people are going to cheat, if people are going to be fake, you sort of don't want to get along.
Fake. He is surrounded by plastics.
People are going to cheat, if people are going to be fake, you sort of don't want to get along.
On that, what do you say to people who are encouraging political violence or even cheering it on?
Well, I think the ones that are doing that are much more far left than far right. Much more. When you see, again, Southern law, when you see some of the statements that are made that are so, even when you say no kings, that's encouraging. You're saying one of the things this guy said in his manifesto, which you didn't read, you should have, is that he attended a no kings rally, along with not too many people.
Rally.
And probably it had an impact. You know, they get up and they say whatever they want.
I'm done with that. I think that was probably his worst comments. And that's what I wanted to show you guys. You can go watch the full video. I'll put all the links to everything we go over today in the description of this video. But I want to bring you back to some of what he said to that reporter. And this, I think, is the most important stuff. We're going to watch some old videos, you guys. We're going to watch a couple old flicks. This first one, we're going to watch from 1999. We're going to go back in time because as history recalls, these two met via Epstein. And if these freeze frames don't say 1,000 words, hey, Emmy Jo, these freeze frames of these two, see, I like going deeper. I'm done. I'm done with that whole dinner fiasco. Sophia, have a great night. They were introduced via Ghislaine and Epstein. Okay, this is well before they got married. And this is attending an event. This is raw footage that was taken by the media. 1999, years before they got married. But just kind of watch the body language in this video. Keep in mind, she was brought here from another country. Okay? She was a quote unquote model. Right? So she was paid arm candy, basically. But just watch the body language and such if you're open-minded enough to do that. I mean, if you look at her face in several of these shots. Watch. She is just like, what? If
I can get a shot at 3, that'd be great.
Yeah, she looks real happy, huh? Now that I know where she came from and why, it's really sad to see. And now that she's turning on her friend, that she,
Can I just ask you about your World Tower? Are you worried at all about the opposition to it?
What station is this?
This is South African television.
South African television, very good. What difference does it make in South Africa?
Because you're a man of international fame. It's interesting in what you're up to.
Oh, he sure liked the media then, didn't he? Oh, you like me in South Africa?
It's a great building. It's doing very well. It's under construction, and it's going fine.
Any fears about the legal action against it? Are you worried at all it might not go ahead?
No. It's fully financed. It's ready to go. It's actually started construction. We have all our permits.
So why should people be interested in the apartment there? What's it going to be like?
It's going to be the most beautiful building in the world. Thank you. Rabbi Baba.
Excuse me, Mr. Chow.
And look at how she's behind. I'm sorry, I can't not notice. This motherfucker walked 10 steps ahead of her. People reach in to grab him. He's like, fuck y'all. And there she is. Not very gentlemanly.
Mr. Trump, excuse me.
Right. He said, what difference does it make in South Africa? And then she said, because you're so popular. And then he smiled. That's what he wanted to hear. Yeah. Did you ever watch the special of where the supermodels came from, Valerie? Go watch the Netflix on Victoria's Secret supermodels.
Wedding man. Welcome. Thank you so much. Reserve seats for you over here.
Thank you so much. Can we also get a picture with you, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Nick.
Very good. Can I get everybody's attention for a few moments, please? Thank you.
Oh, and look at him signing.
Can I get
for all
everybody's
the little
attention for a
kids
few
in New
moments,
York.
please?
There's Mr. Trump. No, it's not called Victoria's Secret. I'll tell you the name of it. It is called Victoria's. Oh, it's on Hulu. Maybe it's not Netflix. Hulu. Victoria's Secret, Angels and Demons on Hulu. Kelly Smith, are you talking to me? I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. Are you kidding me?
Thank you. Just a reminder, in about 5 minutes, we're going to begin the auction. If you have not registered to bid, please do so at the 4 bidding tables to my left. Thank you. Right side. Excuse me. I was in the weather with you, and you
Okay, so let's talk about this. This is 1999. Okay. Yeah, the VS. Oh, yeah. You guys need to definitely watch that if you have Hulu. It might be on other things too. Okay, so in 1999, Donald Trump was 43, or I'm sorry, 53, and she was 29 at the time. I know, it's okay, White Lotus. Yes. So there's a 24-year age gap between them, okay? She was just 29 here. I'll tell you exactly when they met. They met a year before this video at the New York Fashion Week party. And it was modeling agent Paolo Zampoli at the Kit Kat Club in New York City. Melania Noss was her name then, and she was working as a model. Donald attended the party with another date, but approached Melania anyway. And we're going to hear more about that because we're going to watch Larry King next. But we're going to watch a little bit more of this, and then we're going to watch Larry King. It's eye-opening. It's interesting. History.
Last time we did something which I thought was very brutal. Yeah, I guess they're up off the watch, the Trump watch. Well, I'm not supposed to say. I'll have to ask her all about it. I'll have to ask her. Who are you? Legendary deputy. Just what I need.
Lo and behold, who's there? Dr. Ruth. Get ready for it. Get ready for it, guys. I don't bring you boring clips. Come on now. I don't bring you boring clips. Dr. Ruth is on the scene. Here we go.
We got you We don't need it. Right over here, please, the photo. Right over here, please. We don't need it. Okay, I'm gonna run.
He said, we don't need sex advice.
Out of tape in about a minute. We have about 2 more minutes.
I think it's funny that this camera person picked up on this. Like, oh, I gotta touch him. I'd be like, oh.
We have about 2 more minutes. Mr. Trump, please. How are you? You kill that white person? Come on, right over here. One last one. Thank you very much. Wow. Funny joke, I gotta figure out. No, it's too
I don't know who this girl is. Do you guys? See, that's kind of how I see it too, Chloe. She looks very uncertain. Her eyes look very unsure. That's how I see it. She just met him a year prior. Imagine like, oh, I'm going to the U.S. to be a model.
What time is it? Very late. We're having one dinner at 8:30 or 8:15. So we won't be able. I just wanted to come to dinner. That's all right. We'll do better. We got seats? I know. We have to.
No.
Are you going to do?
No, I don't think she has. I don't think she has ulterior motives. I don't. I think that she got in so deep. Look at what happened to her friend. Her friend has a teenage child with one of these bastards on his administration. And she divorced him and got remarried. And he was trying to get custody of her teenager. And he had her deported. She sat in a detainment center for 3 weeks. And that's the one that Melania didn't speak up and save. And you know why? Because she'd be on her way out too. She has no fucking choice at this point. Her ship sailed a long time ago. Her ship sailed a long ass time ago. You know what I'm saying? We went over this the other day. Amanda Ungaro is her name. She's a 41-year-old Brazilian former model and diplomat. She was deported by ICE in October of 2025 after a high-profile custody battle with her ex-partner, Trump ally Paolo Zampoli, the same one that introduced Trump to Melania. There it is. There's your connection.
Bing bang.
Hear that? That's who she was married to. They were part of social circles linked to Trump orbit and Epstein. She claims that her deportation was orchestrated by Zampoli using his influence. She's lived in the U.S. for over 20 years. Her ex-partner is Paolo Zampoli, the Italian-American modeling agent who introduced Donald Trump to Melania Noss in 1998. Ungaro and Zampoli attended the 2017 presidential inauguration and sat at Melania's table during a dinner. Ungaro was arrested in Florida in June of 2025 and held in a detention center before being deported in October of 2025. So there we go. So now, knowing that, I think it's a good time to shift into the next video, because this is highly disturbing to me because no one wants to talk about this part, right? This is part of the Epstein files, in my opinion. They all ran in the same circle. She was introduced by the same guy that had this woman deported. They were good friends. They both were modeling. I think her face says it all. And she's just way too deep. I mean, that's just, that came and went. She's not happy. Does she look happy to you? Does she look like she's living the dream of her life? I'm not jealous of her. I'm not one bit envious of her. You know, back in the day, oh my God, supermodels are so gorgeous, they're so pretty. Da da da. I'm not one bit envious. And this is just the truth. I don't care about politics right now. This is just fucking people and what they've done. She can't speak up, Nunya. She can't speak up. There's no way. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess they're all.
Definitely, yeah. I think so too, Leo. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's refresh this. And you guys are going to be floored when you watch this interview.
You kill that light.
Okay, wait. So, all right, here it is. This isn't that long. And then we're gonna wrap it up after this. This is Trump and Melania. Okay, they just got married. This is May 2005. Okay, so now we know she can do what she wants. No, she can't speak out against the president and all his men. Are you kidding me? Ruby, are you crazy? That ain't gonna happen. What would happen to her if she did? Look what happened to Polio's wife. She sat in a deportation center. They just get rid of them. But she's sold herself to it. She's not going to go anywhere. She's not going to say anything. It is what it is. This is 2005. This is right after their marriage. This is their very first primetime interview together. So I just want you guys to kind of take it in for what it's worth. Here we go.
Melania Trump, the international cover girl, has now joined us. We got to discuss the media. How did you two meet?
We met in New York, 1998. It was a fashion week, September 1998.
The famous fashion week.
The famous fashion week in
Were
New York.
you introduced?
Well, no, we were both at the same party, and that's how we met. He came to me.
Away?
I went crazy. I said,
Ugh. Now picture this. Picture the 90s. Picture the chicks. Okay? I mean, put yourself in that scene. I know it might not be easy, but put yourself in that scene. How do you get that? How do you get that though? That's what that confuses me. The backs. She may have been a victim, but she's no victim no more. How can you go from starting out with this being a victim and then lose your victim status? How does that work exactly? That confuses me. You're almost blaming her, right, for the trajectory of things, when if men weren't doing this, she wouldn't be even having to worry about that, right? Gladys says this is what she was after. Okay. You're saying she was looking for this. But just picture the scene back in the 90s in New York, and the whole Epstein thing is just a rearing, right?
I was actually supposed to meet somebody else, and there was this great supermodel.
I was supposed to meet someone else.
Model sitting next to Melania, and I was supposed to meet the supermodel, and they were saying, look, there's so-and-so. I said, forget about her. Who's the one on the left?
Like it was a fucking smorgasbord. How disrespectful and sexist to say she doesn't have a mind of her own. I didn't say she didn't have a mind of her own. But if she values her life and wants to see her child, I'm sure she won't say anything. I didn't say she was an Epstein victim, no. I said they were in those circles, right? She was part of the modeling. We all know what modeling means. If you went over the Epstein files, modeling, we know what that meant. Oh, I was supposed to meet this other supermodel, but I said, oh, fucker, what about the one on the left? And no, I don't think that if she disagrees with the position she's in, she has a damn bit of choice. And I don't think it's disrespectful or sexist. I think it's real. It's realist. So this might not be the chat for you.
And it was more.
You like him right away?
It was a great chemistry and energy.
She's lying. She's lying through her teeth.
They were saying, look, there's so-and-so. I said, forget about her. Who's the one on the left? And it was more.
You like him right away?
It was a great chemistry and energy. We had, great time. We started to talk, and, it was something was there right away.
And it was a long engagement.
It was.
Yeah, something was there right away. Probably the vomit in the middle of her throat. Exactly. Zampoli sponsored her immigration to the U.S. Yep.
Why?
Well, we just had a great time, and we didn't worry about it, and, just live lives. And then one day, surprise.
How did the proposal take place?
Well,
It's just grab her by the pussy, right?
He's like this little pussy.
Sorry, I'll stop pausing.
Together,
Give it to us.
we were together 5 years. We literally have never had an argument or, forget about the word fight. We never even had an argument. We just are very compatible. We get along. And I just said, you know what, it's time. And it wasn't a big deal. It was almost like it was obvious.
You know what, it's time?
No, I did it a little better than that, without going into too much detail. But it was time, and we just have a very good relationship.
And Melania, by the way, is on the latest cover of Weddings from InStyle magazine. You're the wedding cover.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
And she's on the cover of Vogue.
That's right.
Oh, and she's on the cover of Vogue. This is not someone who's confident in what they've done, their choices they've made. It's just not. It's just not someone who's confident or comfortable in what's going on here. I hate to see things for what they are sometimes too, man. I mean, I've been punked so many times by people who aren't who they say they are, but good point, Nick. She was modeling at 16 in Yugoslavia. Then Zampoli sponsored her immigration at 26. And 2 years later, she's dating Trump.
That was before, that came out before the wedding, a few days before.
Did you want that elaborate a wedding?
Yes, when I started planning, it was a lot of fun. So I loved it. I loved my dress. I had a great time in Paris. I went with my great friend, Andre Leontali. He's an amazing man. And we went to Paris for 1 week to the shows, and with Anna Winter, the editor of Vogue.
What was the wedding like?
Fantastic. We had a great time.
I had to work.
You.
I see. I had to
You're
work.
the only one that wasn't there.
I had to work.
That's true. That's okay.
It was great. It was really, I had a great time planning it. And
were you nervous?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all. I had a great time because we were in
You've
the
never been
relationship.
married, right?
Never been married before. And we were in the relationship for a long time, so
But
I
still,
knew.
that's a grand scene.
It is, but we know.
Right. No woman says when I started planning it, it was a lot of fun. How was your wedding? Oh, I had so much fun planning it.
Know what kind of relationship we have, and I don't think I should be scared of anything.
What was a honeymoon like when people have lived together for 5 years?
Well, it was good. You know, we stayed in Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. Somebody said, where are you going for the honeymoon? And
So she didn't even get a honeymoon out of the deal. She got to stay at Mar-a-Lago. Okay. No, never been married. Mm-mm. Yep.
And our attitude was, why would we leave Palm Beach? We have the most beautiful, you know, they don't call it Palm Beach for no reason. We have the most beautiful palm trees, right? So why are we going to leave our gorgeous, beautiful house called Mar-a-Lago and venture out into some tropical island where things aren't clean or whatever?
Not clean, where people shake hands.
Oh, like Epstein Island? Oh. We're some tropical where things aren't clean, huh? We just stayed at home.
Right? So why are we going to leave our gorgeous, beautiful house called Mar-a-Lago and venture out into some tropical island where things aren't clean or whatever?
Not clean, where people shake hands. Did you feel different when they said man and wife?
No. I felt that it was just so natural. I didn't feel different. And I wasn't very nervous, and she wasn't very nervous. We just knew what we were getting into. It just was time. It was just sort of very easy.
You feel different?
We didn't feel different at all, you know. It was really kind of, you know, sometimes we say like, oh, husband, wife, you know, it's like kind of a jokingly. Yeah, I use the name Trump, yes.
Because you're proud of it.
I'm proud of it. Yes, I am. And I married a man, and, you know, I'm kind of old-fashioned in that way that, you know, you take the name of the husband.
Did your parents like him?
Yes, they do.
Do you want a parent?
Oh, listen to this. His comb over. Listen how he met her parents. So respectful.
Do you want to be a mother?
Yes, we want to have a family. We want to have a baby together.
You have how many children?
I have 4. 4 beautiful children.
And they're
all
great
good
kids.
children. Yeah.
Successful
all
kids.
really good. And they're very successful. All doing well in school. They're all terrific.
How do you feel about fatherhood again?
I like it.
How old are you, Don?
58.
Young.
It's young compared to you, right?
Okay, listen to this. Listen to this part.
Compared to me, I got a 6 and a 5.
My man, give me your hand in.
Hey,
I
there's
don't
nothing
mind
like
shaking.
it.
I'm telling you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got a 6 and a 5.
My man, give me your hand in.
Hey. Hey,
I
there's
don't
nothing
mind
like
shaking.
it.
I'm telling you, there's no problem with shaking this guy's hand.
Right.
This was 3 times already.
Plus, I'll be washing my hands very strongly.
Do you look forward to possibly being
Yeah,
a
I think
father?
it's great. Look, the way I look at it, there's nothing like a good marriage, and there's nothing like having children. I have 4 great children. If you have the money, having children is great. Now, I know Melania. I'm not going to be doing the diapers. I'm not going to be making the food. I may never even see the kids, frankly.
No, yo,
okay? No, she will
Doesn't that sound fun?
be an unbelievable mother. I'll be a good father, but I'll be, you know,
How do you know?
doing
she'll
my
be
deals.
You know.
I'll be an unbelievable father, but you know, I'll be doing my deals. And look at her. She's like, oh, fuck. Can't say she didn't know what she was getting into, I guess.
I'm not going to be making the food. I may never even see the kids, frankly.
No, yo,
okay? No, she will be an unbelievable mother. I'll be a good father, but I'll be, you know,
How do you know?
doing
she'll
my
be
deals.
You know it.
Oh, her?
Yeah.
She'll be an amazing mother. I have no doubt about that. She'll be an amazing mother.
He did, Lindsay?
Have you been back to Slovenia?
I've been in Slovenia 2 years ago.
Did you go?
Yes, I was there about 13 minutes. Oh, it's a beautiful country. I landed, said, hi, Mom, hi, Dad, bye, boom.
Let's show the ring. Can we?
You hear that?
I was there about 13 minutes. Oh, it's a beautiful country. I landed, said, hi, Mom, hi, Dad, bye, boom.
Let's show the ring. Can we get a close-up of the ring, and Donald will tell us, as Don Rickles would say, this ring signals ships. You pick it?
Well, I picked it, and it's from Graff Jewelers, who are terrific. And
Oprah's jeweler.
That's true.
Oh, listen to this part. You guys ready? Hold on to your britches. Hold on to your britches.
And I love Oprah. She is terrific. And
what was that?
And
Oprah's jeweler.
That's true. And I love Oprah. She is terrific. And they're just, it was.
Don't let him fool you. He loves them all. He loves them fucking all. Okay? The wedding ring from Oprah's jeweler, y'all.
And it's from Graff Jewelers, who are terrific. And
Oprah's jeweler.
That's true. And I love Oprah. She is terrific. And they're just, it was just a nice.
Did you pick it or did you go with him?
No, he picked it.
I picked it, but she and I have very similar taste. It's amazing. We have just similar taste.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have similar taste because she can't have a taste. It has to be yours. It's just so amazing. Wow. So amazing.
When we come back, I'm going to ask, he's such a formidable figure, if he's a controlling figure. We'll be right back with the Trumps on this edition of Larry King Live. And don't forget the final of Apprentice 3. We're back with the Trumps, Donald and Melania. Okay, is he a control freak?
I don't think he's a control freak. He's perfectionist.
There you go. Mojo Rising, 2 months. Thank you so much for 2 months of membership. You rock, Jay. Thank you. So do you. Yeah, Nick Stan, you've got it down. You're picking up what I'm laying down. Now, they still love each other. It's all a farce. Don't let them fool you. It's all about money. That's what it boils down to.
I don't think he's a control freak. He's perfectionist.
No, that's a slight difference.
Does
he make demands?
I don't think so. Maybe he makes demands in his business because he needs to. He's kind of a general. He needs to, have people in line, but not at home. We are very equal in the relationship, and that's very important. To marry a man like Donald is, you need to know who you are, and you need to be very strong and smart, and he needs to know that he could rely on me sometimes, and we share a lot of stuff together. I don't think he's a control freak at all.
Does he bring work home?
Yes, sometimes, but he's working all the time. Saturdays, Sundays, he's playing golf, he's working all the time.
Doesn't it bother you?
No, it's his passion. He loves it. It doesn't bother me. I don't want to change him. I don't want, to say, come home and, be with me. I don't want to change him. I want to give him a space. And I think that's very important in the relationship.
Because you used to tell me the one.
Okay, so sounds to me like, she's come to, she is 29, like some of you said. I can't get down on that. However, if you look back, like Nick Stan said, she started out as a teenager in a very poor country. Welcome back, Ballet Flats.
One thing that troubled you about marriage was the feeling that you have to give up some of yourself, that you can't be the workaholic you are because of the demands of the nature of a relationship.
Yeah, I don't consider myself a workaholic. I work, but it's not work. It's like you. I love what I do, so it's no longer work. It's not like work. Work to me is going on a 2-week vacation. If somebody said you have to go away for 2 weeks, you're going to Africa on a safari, there's not going to be any phones, you know what? You get me out of here, right? So that's to me, like, that would be work. But what Melania is so good at, we just have this natural relationship. It's like my mother and father. They were married 63 years. I've always heard you have to work at a good relationship. My father didn't work at a good relationship. He went home, he had dinner, he went to bed, he took it easy, he watched television. My mother did the same thing. She cooked them dinner. And it was just one of those things. It wasn't work. But I always heard you have to work at a relationship.
You're not working at this.
No, because, look, I work very hard from early in the morning till late in the evening. I don't want to go home and have to work at a relationship.
There we go. There we go. I work very hard. Look, I don't want to have to come home and work at a relationship. You here, you do everything, you do that. This is your job. I mean, he said it, not me.
Very hard from early in the morning till late in the evening. I don't want to go home and have to work at a relationship. I mean, that's it. A relationship we have to work at it, in my opinion, doesn't work. So maybe I'm wrong.
Do you cook?
I cook sometimes when we stay home and something very fast and, but we are out most of the time. So I don't really have, time to cook.
What is it like to have everything economically? By that I mean, you go down Fifth Avenue, you look in a window, like something, you can buy it. What's it like?
Well,
you don't have any financial pressure.
Yes, but you don't, I grew up, you always, taking care of the money. You're not like a, big spender and you're saying like, okay, I will buy it even if I don't like it for 100%. You really need to love it that you buy it.
Oh, so you're not just shop to shop.
I'm not just shop to shop. It's
She
just
has never taken advantage of that situation, okay, as many women would have, frankly. I mean, she's not one that sees a beautiful
Really?
situation, okay, as many women would have.
Shop. It's
She has never taken advantage of that situation, okay, as many women would have, frankly. I mean, she's not one that sees a beautiful something in a Fifth Avenue or Madison Avenue window and said, I'm going to get it, or please get it. It's not her thing.
I made a lot of money myself, so it's like I know how it's to work and what money means. So it's not that I will say, okay, now I will have the latest bag, I want that bag, and then in 1 month that bag will be in the closet inside, that it's not even, it's kind of funny if you have that bag. It's like not in fashion. I'm not into that.
There's a very nice side of you, generous, nice side of you, and I'll ask her to tell about it when we come back. What would the public not know about him?
Not know. Amazing heart. He likes to help people. He has friends. He's loyal to it. He is great sense of humor. Great sense of humor. And I think, people know him more since The Apprentice, the way he is. He cares about people.
I had a friend.
She's doing a very good job tonight, by the way.
Yes, she is. I had a friend tell me
Thank you.
that if he had a problem.
Very good job tonight, by the way.
Yes, she is. I had a friend
job.
tell me
Thank you.
that if he had a problem, he would call you. Why don't you let that out more?
Well, I think the press doesn't really.
Dude, he's such a condescending jerk. Good job. Thank you. I'm not saying he doesn't work his butt off. No one said that, Dar. We're not talking about how hard he works. I believe he works sun up to sundown.
Really like hearing that, to be honest with you. I mean, I do a lot of things, and I don't like to talk about them, but they'd much rather see me, beating someone up than being nice to somebody. It fits the image better for them. And I think that's fine. It doesn't matter. But I love to help people. I do. I love helping people. There's nothing better. There's nothing that makes me feel
reward,
better. Yeah. But I don't think that's the image that the press really wants for me. They develop sort of an image for somebody, and that's what they want to go with. And I think that's probably one of the reasons The Apprentice did so well. And which is interesting about The Apprentice is that I fire people. That's what I do. I fire people.
You do a mean thing.
No, I do a mean thing, and everyone
Firing
thinks I'm
is
so
mean.
much nicer than before. They used to think that I was really this horrible, flame-throwing, terrible tyrant, right? Now I go on a television show where basically what I do is I fire people, and everyone thinks I'm such a nice guy, which tells you what a bad image I had before The Apprentice.
Do you have a favorite for Thursday night?
Yes, I have.
I know we're not going to have you
Yeah,
say
I
it
can
or anything. Do you try to influence?
Okay, here, we're going to watch this last part.
She's having fun, and she's giving a lot of offers, and she turns many of them.
Hang on.
You then not mind if she did fashion modeling?
Well, she can do it. She doesn't want to do too much anymore. She was very successful. I don't think she wants to do a lot of modeling, but she's having fun, and she's giving a lot of offers, and she turns many of them down, most of them down. She liked doing the Aflac one because it was so different, and it's such a great
Oh,
promotion.
wait, let's watch the Aflac. I missed that. I thought that was like a... Okay, hold on. Here we go.
And Mark Burnett, generally Mark wants me to do exactly what I want to do, and he's an incredible guy and a good guy, a really good guy. There's another guy that is a wonderful guy. But every once in a while he'll say something that, I like to listen to people, what they think, especially Mark or Melania or people that I respect.
Where are you
I
from?
love throwbacks. I'm from Slovenia. I'm from Slovenia, and I grew up there as a teenager, and I left it 15 years ago.
To come?
Went to Milan, and then Paris, and then I went to New York. I came to New York 10 years ago.
You want to be a model?
Yes, I was modeling.
That was your goal, to be a model?
Yes, I was modeling in Milano, Paris, and then came to New York, and I had a very successful career.
You still want her to model?
Well, she's doing an Affleck commercial, and I was very, Dan Amos, who's the chairman of Affleck, who's done an amazing job.
Amazing.
He wanted to do where the duck turns into this beautiful swan or beautiful duck. And they said, okay, the concept is great. Now we're going to supply you with like 25 women, and you can choose the one you want. He said, no, I don't want to look at anybody. I want Trump's wife.
If you're hurt and can't work, Affleck can help pay your bills with cash.
Genius! And her? Affleck!
It's been a tremendous success, right?
It was a great success. I had a great time to shoot it.
I'm sure that's exactly what she had in mind when she was in Paris doing modeling, was having duck feet in a fucking Affleck commercial.
Genius! And her? Affleck!
It's been a tremendous success.
I'm sure that was her live stream. I mean, I'm just being real. Do you think, right, not Melania, Trump's wife. I want Trump's wife. Well, this was 2005, so this was a long time ago. I've never seen it either, but I'm quite sure that she had her sights on better things than this, but who am I?
Success, right?
It was a great success. I had a great time to shoot it.
Would you then not mind if she did fashion modeling?
Well, she can do it. She doesn't want to do too much anymore. She was very successful. I don't think she wants to do a lot of modeling, but
walks like a duck
she's
and
having
quacks
fun,
like a duck,
and she's
it
giving
is
a lot
a
of
duck.
offers, and she turns many of them down.
Look, he don't want her to do it. That's my feeling. Oh, she gets offered. She turns them down. She'd rather just put duck feet on and be in an Affleck commercial and sit up and go, Affleck! Come on. The woman wanted to be on runways, modeling, being dolled up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why he asked her. Because he wanted to see what Trump said.
Modeling?
Well, she can do it. She doesn't want to do too much anymore. She was very successful. I don't think she wants to do a lot of modeling, but
that's not the question. Do you want her to?
I had a great time to shoot it.
Would you then not mind if she did fashion modeling?
Would you not mind if she did, Mr. David? Thank you. Oh my God! Finally, a guy.
Bing bong.
Would you not mind if she did fashion modeling? Oh, I don't think she wanted to do any fashion. Oh, she don't want to do that shit. She wants to put on duck feet. No, she wanted to be a model.
Success. I had a great time to shoot it.
Would you then not mind if she did fashion modeling?
Well, she can do it. She doesn't want to do too much anymore. She was very successful. I don't think she wants to do a lot of modeling, but she's having fun, and she's giving a lot of offers, and she turns many of them down, most of them down. She liked doing the Affleck one because it was so different, and it's such a great commercial.
It is funny, very funny. We'll be back with some more moments with Doug, called
Real
Trump
funny.
Unauthorized, scheduled May 24th. You said you'll sue if there are inaccuracies.
Correct, yeah, I'll sue. I mean, if
Are you
it's
worried?
inaccurate, I'm not worried. Hey, look, it's going to go on, it's going to go off, nobody's going to remember, who cares? But I'm going to, I let them know. I'm very honored that they're doing it. It's a great honor. You know, they're doing a 2-hour movie on me on national, network television. And so I'm honored in one way. In another way, I want it to be accurate. So if it's not accurate, I will sue.
You're not trying to stop it,
I
though.
will sue.
You're not trying to stop it.
It's pretty
Some
tough to
people,
stop.
it's hard to.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to.
You know who's playing you?
An actor he's quite a bit shorter than me, but he's a handsome guy, so I'm okay. I hope the women are all short.
It's not, nobody plays me. It's his past life.
Oh.
It's prior to.
Yes, it's before me. And it's like a story. His life was, open book, so everybody see
Do you
already.
know his exes?
Yes.
Get along with them?
I don't see them much. I don't, we don't see them. We
They were
don't
at the wedding, though,
socialite.
weren't
No.
They were
Well,
not
that was a misconception. They weren't invited to the wedding, and they're wonderful. Ivana's
I thought I
wonderful,
read
and
they were at
Marla's
the wedding.
wonderful. And actually, Melania doesn't know Ivana. Maybe I don't think I ever met her, but it doesn't know, and does know Marla, and she has a great relationship with Marla, but she doesn't know Ivana.
And you root for them to be happy, don't you?
I'd love to hear from Ivana.
Absolutely. I want them to be happy. Absolutely. They're the mother of my children, the mothers of my children. So I want them to be happy. And I have a good relationship with both of them.
Mary, no.
Do you worry about women and him being attracted to him?
No, I don't worry about that at all.
You worry about
I know who I am, and if a man doesn't want to be with me, or I don't want to be with the man.
Goodbye
So,
and good luck.
That's
Do you
right.
worry about her with men?
No. I know her. That's
Yeah,
the
but
rock.
did she talk before she passed?
Look.
That's
Do you
right.
worry about her with men?
No. I know her. That's the rock.
Thank you both very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Told the Bahamian police everything.
Well, there you go, folks. It's a wrap. That was a long show, but we got everything out of the way. And I want to thank you guys. Let's talk. Let's talk for a minute. I don't want anybody fighting with anyone. We're not leaving on that note. We're definitely not leaving on that note. I have, I think, something funny to play so we don't leave on that note. Whew. He was still married to Marla when they met. See, I don't know all that history. I do not. Thought I had a funny video to play. Anyways, let's talk about this, though. No. I know no one's fighting. Thank you, moderators, for being here. I just hope that we can all agree to disagree. Let me see if there is an update. Yeah, Ivana Trump was found dead at the bottom of a staircase in her Upper East Side townhouse. She was 73 and divorced Donald in 1992. She's Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric's mom. Interesting, huh? She was not passive. I didn't really follow Trump like before the presidency stuff. Like I saw, he was a reality business guy, So the rumor is he buried her on the golf course. You guys think it's sus. There were rumblings. Hello, Pines. She was a champion skier. Ivanka? Or Ivana, I mean. She was very outspoken. So I'll have to do my own research on that, huh? It was July 14th, 2022, she fell. It wasn't that long ago. She's got an interesting history. A Czech and American businesswoman, socialite, and model. She lived in Canada in the 70s before relocating to the United States and marrying Donald Trump in 77. But see, she was CEO and president of his casino resort and manager of the Plaza Hotel as well. But it says here that in 1970, she appeared in a Czechoslovakian children's television series and an STB informant with the cover name Lubos was following her. She told journalists in 1988 she was selected as a substitute on the Czech ski team during the Winter Olympics. So they're saying that was a lie. Okay, so in 2021 it came out that Czech had not sent female alpine skiers to the 1972 Winter Olympics. Dude, this is like a rabbit hole in itself. Ivana was in New York City with a group of models in 76 when she met Donald Trump. Not even a year later, they married. Damn. She had a baby the same year. She must have been knocked up. He married her. Dude, this is crazy. Okay, I'm getting in a rabbit hole. I had no idea any of this stuff. Her dad was an informer for Czechs STB intelligence service. What? Whoa. In a deposition relating to their divorce, Ivana accused Donald of rape. In Harry Hurt's book, Lost Tycoon, The Many Lies of Donald J. Trump, she confirmed that she had, quote, felt violated. However, a statement provided by Donald and his lawyers, she said that she had used the word rape, but she didn't want her words to be interpreted in a literal or criminal sense. The uncontested divorce was granted in December 1990 on the grounds of cruel and inhumane treatment by Donald. She had to sign a non-disclosure agreement as a condition of the divorce, and she was required to seek Donald's permission before publicly discussing their marriage. So that's some control, right? The New York Times reported in 91 that Ivana's divorce settlement included a $14 million, 45-room Connecticut mansion, an apartment in the Trump Plaza, and the use of Mar-a-Lago for 1 month a year. So he would have had to give her Mar-a-Lago for 1 month a year forever. Did not know that. She was married 4 times. But she was married to Trump the longest, 77 to 1990. She had 10 grandchildren, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the STB spied on Ivana in the 70s and 80s when she visited her father in Czechoslovakia. On February 14th, 1989, the FBI recommended a preliminary inquiry into Trump's connections to Czechoslovakia based on information from a confidential source. The FBI, the inquiry was initiated by the FBI New York field office the following week and is reported to have spanned at least 2 years. In March of 2023, it was revealed that Ivana had been investigated by the FBI's Counterintelligence Division into allegations connected to her native Czechoslovakia. Wow. So she died in July of 2022, and then that comes out in March of 2023. Should have had this on the whole time. All right, guys, I am out of here. It's been a long Monday. Thank you for hanging out with me all day long. It's been a great one. Thank you, moderators, for sticking around. Thank you for your support. Ooh, that's a rabbit hole I just got to jump out of. Maybe one day we'll look into Ivana. It's a lot. Go have a tequila and a nice blunt or whatever it is you do.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.